Hello?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, do you believe in the Christian God?
I believe in the Abrahamic God.
You don't believe in the Christian God?
Well, I would believe in the Abrahamic God. I think the Christian God specifically is going to be logically impossible, but I still believe in the Abrahamic God.
Sounds like we're gonna agree there. But if you're gonna talk about the Abrahamic God, do you believe in the God of the Old Testament?
Like, what would that refer to? Like, I mean, I believe in the same God.
It sounds like you don't, but I mean, you can come up on another day because this topic is targeted towards people who believe in the God of the Old Testament.
Because like, are you citing like Old Testament sources to like go
hmm
to?
Yeah,
Okay.
First Samuel 15:3.
Yeah, I would say I believe in the same God as the Jews because I'm Muslim, but like Christians specifically, I would disagree.
Okay, so if God commands you to kill infants, would you do it?
Um, yeah, I would, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. What's the issue? Because in that,
What's the issue? Really? You ask what the issue is? What is the justification for killing infants?
well, I mean, this would just dive into a moral topic. I think that I would be a divine command theorist, or perhaps no. There's two positions. Like I could
Oh,
say,
any command from God is good, no matter what it is.
yeah.
Okay, so if God commands you to grape a child, would you do it?
What's the formal argument? This is just emotional.
God commanded it.
No, that's not
You
the
said if
formal.
God commanded it, then it's good. God commanded this. Would it be
Yeah,
good?
well, no, but I'm saying if you have an
Would
objection
it
with
be
it,
good? Answer the question.
would it be good? I
Yeah.
don't I don't think he could command such a thing to begin with. It would be like
Oh,
impossible.
so it wouldn't be good. So not all things in which God commands would be
Yeah, wait,
good in
wait.
a logical sense.
Let me clarify that. Wait, yeah, no, it would just have to deal with like possibilities and impossibilities. That which
Yeah,
is
yeah, but so
possible.
how is the so you're saying this is logically impossible to be good. So again, not every command
No,
that
no,
he would give
because
would be
grape.
good. Let me finish. Not every command would be good regardless of the command. So you just conceded on your original point.
No, no, because I was referring to like within the realm of possibility. I don't believe impossibles can be attributed to God.
And what makes you think this is impossible? Appreciate the Henry,
Yeah,
thank you.
because by nature, grape definitionally and analytically would just follow as that which is evil, and you can't predicate
And
evil.
why couldn't you say the same thing for murder or killing infants?
Well, because I believe like murder and all that isn't going to be necessarily bad by nature, but I believe grape is going to be necessarily bad.
What makes one necessarily bad but not the other?
Yeah, that murder in a specific context is going to be justifiable, whereas grape isn't. Grape is going to be the
You mean killing an infant in some contexts is justifiable?
killing an infant. Like it depends what you mean by killing. If you mean just resulting in the death of the infant, that's fine. They're guaranteed paradise anyways. They're granted a greater good. No
So
infant.
so why not abort babies? They're granted paradise.
Yeah, I support abortion. What's the issue?
So abort all babies, they all go to paradise.
I'm not a Christian. All babies
Let's
that
abort all those babies, dude. They all go to heaven. Why would we want to subject them to going to earth?
you know what's crazy?
Let's
Like,
ensure they get to heaven by aborting the fuck out of them.
what's your problem? Like, I believe
What do you
everybody.
mean? What's my problem? You
I,
said that it's better for them to go to heaven than for them to go directly to earth, right?
yeah, that's everybody's wish. So I'd say
Wait,
that.
so then why shouldn't we just fucking genocide the fetuses under your view?
How does that follow? Like, just
Well,
because
because they would all go to heaven. It's morally good because they all go to heaven without having to go to earth and
well, that's
go through all
fine.
that suffering, right?
Well, yeah, that could be fine. Sure, they could be acceptable if they pass away.
So genociding fetuses under your view is acceptable?
No, like you're not tracking. Like I'm not saying that it's going to be acceptable. I'm asking you for the argument as to why, them being granted paradise if they were to pass away prior to puberty would just grant you the ability to just genocide all babies. Like how does that
Yeah,
follow?
but they all go to heaven.
Wait,
Because you
you're
said
not
that it would be better for God to kill them because they go directly to heaven.
you're not answering the question. That's not you're not
Sorry,
actually.
clarify the question then. I didn't hear what you're saying.
Yeah, so I'm asking you, how does the conclusion that we should just genocide all babies in virtue of the knowledge that they would go to paradise, right, if they were to pass away prior to puberty, right, merely based off the fact of that knowledge? Like, how does it follow that we are able or it's morally permissible to just kill them?
You said it follows. All right,
No,
you
I
said it
never
was
said it
morally
follows. I'm actually
permissible for
asking about
God to command them to be killed because they'll go directly to heaven. That's what you said, not me.
no, that's like a completely different topic. That's discussing whether.
Bro, that's what you said.
No, it's what you said. You said that why not just genocide all babies?
Yeah, because they would all go to heaven under your worldview because you said if they were to be killed, that they would go directly to heaven. And you said it was good for God to command them to be killed because they would go directly to heaven. That's your view. I'm just saying that if we were to extrapolate that exact same reasoning, it would then justify just literally aborting
You see,
everyone.
here's the thing, Parker. This is the whole like problem people think. We believe like that evil and goodness are going to be Cambridge properties. Well, we don't believe God is necessarily good or necessarily loving and all the like.
He's not all good.
Nah, he's not. He's most good and most loving. So it'd be a relational property in the sense that he's just more good than everybody else that exists. You know, but it's not going to be that he's all good in the sense that he's
So he's not
necessarily good.
perfect.
So how does God not being necessarily good and it being a Cambridge property denote imperfection?
Because there is quite literally, right, traits in which he has that are not desirable.
So
Would you agree?
you said he lacks traits that are not desirable.
No, he has traits in which are undesirable.
Why?
Well, because you said that he could have more desirable characteristics.
Wait, so you think having God having undesirable characteristics subject to a human mind is going to suffice for him being imperfect?
No, you said it yourself. You said that he's not all good, right? So
Yeah.
there's some characteristics that are bad that about him, right?
No.
Okay, so then he is all good.
No. Wait. How does it
Whoa,
follow?
where are we at here?
Yeah, where are you at? Because you're
You said
presupposing.
it's so is he all good? No, he's not all good.
Yeah,
So there are
yeah.
some characteristics about him that are bad. You
No,
say no, so then he is all good.
that's not dichotomously true. Just because God isn't all good doesn't mean that he has badness or bad qualities that are ascribed. God is most good. I already clarified this. I said he's most good, which is a relational property. It's going to be the fact
I
that
know most is relational. I never disputed that.
okay,
I'm just saying,
perfect.
is he
So
all
wait,
good or
let me
not? You say
finish.
he's not all good.
Let me
So
finish.
then what does that mean? What does all good mean?
All good analytically would just follow as being necessarily good, but we don't believe God is necessarily good. There's no deductive argument for that.
So if you, okay, so again, as it relates to being
So
necessarily
wait,
good,
Parker,
you're saying that there is a possibility that he is not good
no, I'm saying it's a
in
Cambridge
particular
property.
characteristics, correct?
I'm saying okay. I'm saying goodness and love and all of
Is
these
it
qualities,
possible that he
they're going to
has a
be
bad
action.
character? Let me answer this question.
You know what
Ask
a
this question.
Cambridge property is?
Is it possible that he has a bad characteristic?
Um, no,
Okay, so he's necessarily good.
no, that doesn't follow. That's what I'm asking you, right? So Parker already,
Wait, what does necessarily mean? It
yeah,
means in
that's
all possible
it
worlds,
means it
right?
can't. Yeah, it means it can be proposed.
So in all possible worlds, he's good.
No,
No, so in some possible worlds, he's not good.
yeah, but I don't think being.
Yeah? So,
Wait, hold on. Can I finish? Yeah, exactly right. So I already explained. I don't. You saying God is not necessary, or my bad. Me saying God is not necessarily good isn't going to denote the direct negation of badness because you could have a negation that is other than goodness that isn't bad, and we could just appeal to mystery. There's no issue.
oh, you're just saying it's amoral then.
Yeah, it's not going to be dichotomously true that if God isn't good in a specific possible world, that it's going to be that he's bad. That's not the case. You have to prove that.
Okay, so then you're just saying he's a lack of a desirable characteristic.
Yeah, but again, I already asked you, can you suffice for just because
So he's
you
not perfect because he lacks desirable characteristics.
I already asked for the full argument. Are you saying that because he lacks a desirable characteristic subject to human mind, that that's going to suffice
No,
for
not to me, right? I'm saying to your own God. You're prescribing this under your own view, not mine.
wait, but how is it going to be undesirable, or how is it going to be desirable that God is good in all worlds?
How's it going to be well, good means desirable, right? In a moral sense.
Okay, so if you're just defining them as identical, then I wouldn't see the argument. I would say, Parker, I would be like, yeah, I would be like, there is literally no argument you have to say that it is most desirable that God is, this and that.
What do you mean by perfection?
What do I mean by perfection?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, I would just mean like a deity would just go back to a deity. So all powerful. Cause like I'm a classical theist, I just believe all these attributes would just go back to the essence.
So you just mean he's all powerful, that's it? When you say perfect, you just mean all
When we say
powerful.
okay, look specifically when you ask me how is God perfect, it's just gonna be because his essence is gonna be identical to his existence. He's gonna be that which is necessary. That's all it is. He's just purely.
That doesn't tell me what perfection is.
No, it does. Like if God is pure.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, do you know what pure existence entails?
So are you just saying pure actual?
Yeah. So God's
That
gonna be
doesn't mean
the.
he's perfect. That has nothing to do with perfection.
No, it does actually, and is
No,
that's
it doesn't. Being purely actual has nothing to do with perfection.
No, it does. Under my analytical criteria, it would.
How so?
Because it's under my analytical criteria, as I just
How
said.
so though? You didn't describe how.
No, no, that wasn't the question. You mean what is my analytical criteria, not how so. How so is asking me for the
Yeah,
just.
how does it meet your analytical criteria? My question was completely coherent. Don't be like
No, it's
literally
not.
pedantic.
Wait. How does it meet my own analytical criteria? See, so you're asking me how does a
Yeah,
meaning
you.
for
I'm
a
asking
word
because
match my
that
own
would question
criteria?
what your analytical criteria is and how it meets that.
No. Okay, my analytical criteria for the
Yes.
term is just going to be the meaning. I already told you what the meaning would be.
Yeah, but you never gave me the meaning of perfection.
I literally did. I said it's going to refer to aseity. It's going to refer to the pure existence. Simple as that.
Okay, so is that what the Quran defines it as?
Yeah.
The Quran defines, right, being perfect is just being purely actual.
So it would say that God is one. God is ultimately one.
No, okay, do you want me to
Wait,
literally
actually,
find the Quran's definition of perfection?
yeah,
Like you're
but
just being you're just literally being pedantic, bro.
no, I'm not actually. So this is what our scholars defined. Um,
What scholar?
Ibn Sina.
Hmm?
Ibn Sina.
And where can I find the definition of perfection?
Okay, like it's like in his books. I mean, you could just go on YouTube. I don't know, like, sir, I don't know if they have an English translation, but
Okay.
he's known and remarkable for the idea of pure existence.
Yeah, because it being perfection, right?
Yeah, because like what do we define God as when we say God is perfect? We're just going to mean or refer to the being which is essence is identical to existence. We're just going to refer to that which is purely existent or existent. Sorry, not existent.
That, but yeah, that's just not a typical way that I've seen anyone define perfection
Well, I mean, I think
under
it's
a
because
worldview.
you. Okay, so like, what are you most familiar with?
I'm most familiar with people saying there's no lack of desirable characteristics, they're flawless, right? Things like
Well,
that.
if you said desirable would just mean good, then that's brain dead. I what
What?
faith?
No. When does good as it relates to morality is just going to be something that we consider desirable, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, I would agree.
Okay.
Yeah, no. So you're not defining the broader scheme of things. You wouldn't say good and desirable would be identical terms.
You wouldn't say that they're identical? I
Oh
never said they
no.
were identical. I just said that.
Yeah, no, that's what I was asking you because I was like, if you're defining perfection as like God being necessarily good, that's like I would disagree, or at least the theist you've spoken with. But I would say it would just be a Cambridge property. So when you present the problem of evil to
So you
me,
do think it's possible for God to have bad characteristics?
no, I already explained that.
And no. So it's only possible for God to have
Wait,
amoral characteristics. I mean,
oh,
that's still not. So there are no bad characteristics
Parker,
of
Parker,
God, just to
can you
clear.
tell me what?
If there are no bad characteristics to God, that still runs you into
I
this
gotta.
problem
Is the
that
negation?
God commanding you to grape an infant is either amoral or it's good under your view.
Hold
So
on.
which one is it? Is it amoral or good?
I already answered your question.
Amoral or good?
Well, you can't answer a question with a question. So
Come on, can you answer my
I
question,
did.
please?
I did. I've been answering. It's not a Q&A.
Respectfully, you didn't. Okay.
Wait, I did this. So do you think the
No.
negation? Do you think the negation of goodness would
Hey,
necessarily
it's
imply God?
either I'm not gonna sit here and play this game. You can either answer my question right now, or I'm just gonna hit a restart on my live and talk to someone
Wait,
else.
why are
You have
you running away
literally
from the
15
question?
seconds to answer the question. I
Why
don't
are
give a
you running
shit.
away from the question? So like,
I'm not walking away from any question. I asked
is
you a
the
question and now you're
negation?
not answering it.
No, because you
You have
haven't
10
answered. Is
seconds.
the negation of goodness necessarily evil?
No.
Is the neg? Okay, exactly. That's
I said good or amoral. Is it good or
okay.
amoral?
What?
Okay, is if God commands you to grape an infant,
I
is
already
it
answered that.
good
I
or
said
amoral?
raping.
If you don't answer the question, I'm
No,
going to go on to the next person.
It's neither, moron. It's
Okay,
neither
so
possible.
have a good day.
I literally
You
explained.
literally didn't answer the question, right? You said that it couldn't possibly be bad. So the entailment is that it's either good or that it's amoral. Okay, we already went over that. We explained that. You're just being an absolute fucking. Okay, all right, Oliver. I'm gonna hit a restart on the live, y'all.
We are close to taking the lead.
It's
Let me balance you out.
No!
I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, this fight's dead now. No way!
Enemy has the
Our
robot.
Zarya was
Initiate
so
search and rescue.
fucking close. Oh, Bastion, we gotta run, boy. You better start.
Okay, we have
Danny, Danny, it was that guy, bro. It was that guy. Oh my god. All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do believe in Christianity, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Hopefully, we can get some send out here. TikTok has been acting weird. By the way, everyone, thank you for the handout. I appreciate social approach. Harry got a weak ban, everyone. Harry got a weak ban. So he got the same ban I got, and appeal not approved. So I think that bans are going around the community like a lot. So definitely need to be careful. Not like how I was on the last stream. But yeah, only send a guest request if you do believe Christianity is true, y'all. Only send a guest request if you do believe Christianity is true. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Why is your view count so low, Dad? I literally just started the live. Just started it. I had a restart because there was a following glitch on the prior one. There was like 86% following. Q-Top blocked me. Not surprising. He still thinks he's like, that's not my Cash App. They prove it's his Cash App, and then he literally, I don't know, man. I'm just over it. They're so lost. For real, bro. All right, y'all. We're gonna get to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do believe in the Christian God, y'all. All right, let's get this person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Huh? How old?
18.
And do you believe in the Christian God?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If God commanded you to kill infants, would you do it?
So, are you referring to? I was on here before. Are you referring to Samuel when you're talking about this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Samuel. Do you know the exact verse? Is it
1 Samuel 15:3.
15? Okay, 15:3. Okay. Yeah, so this is talking about the Amalekites, and just by reading it, you would think to yourself, why would God command the slaughter of innocent children? And the Amalekites were actually far from innocent.
So your argument is just like the infants weren't innocent? Thank you for the handout. Thank you.
Wait, sorry.
So it's okay for him to slaughter them?
No. So they were utterly depraved, and they desired to destroy Israel, and that was God's chosen people, and He had to save them to redeem humanity. And the act of their total destruction was necessary by the gravity of their sin, and otherwise some hardcore might rise to resume their hateful act towards God's people and plan. And as to the question about the innocent children, several observations are relevant. First, we are all born into sin and deserve death, which can be seen in Romans. And everyone will eventually be taken by God in death, and it is only a matter of time that He'll do that. Which is
Okay, so they go to hell, right?
The kids that
Yeah, so those babies that God commands to be killed, they go to hell because they have original sin and they never repented and turned to God.
No, actually, that's not true because...
Wait, based upon your argument there, it seems like that would be entailed.
No, because all children who die before the age of accountability are saved. I think that's in 2 Samuel 12:23.
But they have original sin, so how are they saved when they have original sin? They never repented and turned to Jesus. They never accepted Jesus.
I think it's in 2 Samuel 12:23. It talks about that children who die before the age of accountability will go to heaven.
Okay, if you think that people who die before the age of accountability go to heaven, do you think heaven's better than earth?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, heaven's better than earth.
Yeah, so why didn't God send us directly to heaven without sending us to earth in the first place?
Because God commands us not to kill, and regardless of what else we may think, God has told us that killing the innocent is wrong.
Okay, well then that wouldn't make sense for him to kill infants in this scenario or command the killing of them. But that wasn't a response to my question. I said, why couldn't God just send everyone directly to heaven in the first place? because heaven is better than earth. Send us to heaven because it's preferable than sending us to earth.
Because he wanted us to have free will, and that's not part of God's
Is there
nature.
no free will in heaven?
Yeah, but there was also a past decision.
Yes
that
or
got
no?
you into heaven. Is there free will in heaven?
Yeah.
The Bible doesn't speak much about heaven, but I know that we're honestly kind of rewired. So I think that we choose God, so we can't choose not to choose God. So, but there's also a preceding.
Wait, so then aborted fetuses that go directly to heaven, or babies that die before the age of accountability, they would never get that choice. They would never get that free will.
Yeah, so I think that they would go to heaven.
Okay, so if all the souls prior to being put on earth, right, never were given free will in the first place and went directly to heaven, why would that be an issue? It sounds like that's more preferable to God.
Yeah, but again, that takes away free will because they're not choosing God.
Yeah, but that wasn't an issue for the infants.
Yeah,
And you
but
still
it's
said that's better. So is it worse?
It's an issue. It's an issue because they're being killed.
Okay, so God could just reincarnate them. If they need to have free will, right, it would be necessary for God to reincarnate them because earth and heaven is better than just heaven alone. But what you're arguing here is that if it's better for them to go directly to heaven, you're arguing heaven is better than earth.
Yeah, that is
Right?
what I'm arguing.
Without earth. Okay, so then that means that it would be the case that we wouldn't have ever have gone to earth in the first place. We would have all just been sent directly to heaven. If not everyone's allowed in heaven, well, God could have just sent everyone that's allowed to go to heaven first, right? And sent everyone who's not allowed to go to heaven to earth, right? And then also what allows and disallows them to go to heaven, you know?
Yeah, but you're assuming that God do anything. And if God could do anything, then he would make any type of universe that he wants, including one where we have free will.
You
and
mean
yet we have
perfect
no pain,
or all
suffering.
powerful?
Okay, but he's limited by his nature. And since God is limited by his nature, all possible versions of reality are also limited by his nature.
Yeah, so what limits his nature?
Well, for example, just when it comes to free will, God is a free agent and he's able to choose his relationships. And since we are made in the image of God, we are given the same trait.
I'm
And I
asking
would
what
suggest-
limits his nature?
I just gave you an example.
Nah.
So
I don't think that
we
was
are
an
made
example.
we are made in the image of God. And for example, if we have free will, that means our free will is in the image of God's free will. And since God is a free agent, he's able to choose his actions and relationships. And that means that we were given the same trait because we were made in his image. So love, as defined by God's character, or aka free will, must contain the choice to reject. So if God
Okay.
were to just send us all to heaven, we wouldn't have the chance to reject him.
Okay, so those babies that get sent to heaven don't have the chance to reject him. So it's logically necessary for them to reincarnate.
That just doesn't even...
That follows. Otherwise, it's logically possible for God to send us all directly to heaven without sending us to earth. Because we don't have to choose him. Like the infants didn't have to choose them. That shows it's logically possible.
I just don't think that you can equate an aborted baby going to heaven to recreate a whole humanity based off that assumption. I don't think
No, I'm
that's
just showing
logical.
it's logically possible. Because it happened.
Okay, yeah, a lot of things are logically possible. That doesn't mean that they're accurate.
Obviously, but I'm just saying God can do anything in which is logically possible, so that's why it's relevant, right? God would have done this. He had other alternatives to sending us to a place where there's rape, torture, starvation, right? Cancer, all of these terrible things that you think are bad, right? That we all think are bad.
Yeah. But also, God did create a perfect world with no evil or suffering. And Adam's decision to obey.
Regardless, heaven's better than earth. It's entailed that we would be in heaven, not on earth.
Yes, but he wanted us to have free will, and with free will comes
did he
the
think
ability
this description? Thank you.
for us to reject him.
But he
And
didn't
without
want
free-
everyone to have free will, because then particular individuals would have been reincarnated rather than being sent directly to heaven. So either hell or reincarnation. That's your only idea there. And there's nothing that justifies reincarnation in the context of the Bible.
I don't really mean what You're talking. What is that? I mean, I know what reincarnation is. I don't understand how that applies to what we're talking about.
Well, because you're saying they require Earth to make it to heaven. They require the choices on Earth to make it to heaven and experience heaven to a greater degree. Okay? If they are killed before the age of accountability, they never reached that standard. So under your view, they would have never had free will. God desires them to have free will, so God would reincarnate them so that they can have free will. Right? Because free will, then going to heaven, is better than just going to heaven directly. Okay, so your view logically entails the existence of reincarnation, yet you don't have any biblical evidence to justify it.
I don't really know why they would have to be reincarnated if they're in heaven.
They didn't go to heaven, right? They would have to be reincarnated for them to experience heaven better, because you're arguing that going to Earth, then going to heaven is better than just going to heaven directly. That's what you were arguing. If you're not arguing that, well, then God can just send us all directly to heaven.
Okay, but it's saying that. I guess I am saying that heaven is better than Earth, but that honestly sounds like saying that not experienced life on Earth is better than experienced life on Earth, because we have no idea what not experienced life on Earth is like.
No, you do, because you say that heaven's better than Earth. So yes, the better heaven is better than Earth. That's what you would say there. And also, Harry, you got your access back.
Okay, so I just don't understand, I guess, what you're really trying to say. I don't know how we're on the topic.
Okay, you're kind of cutting out. I think you're lagging a lot. Charlie, I'm going to go into the next person, but I appreciate you coming up.
All right, thank you.
All right. Only send a guest request if you do believe in the Christian God. Yeah, we just started up the live here recently, so only send a guest request if you do believe in Christianity. Yo, what's up?
Hello?
How old are you?
Me? How old am I?
Mm-hmm.
I'm 28.
Do you believe in the Christian God?
Yeah.
If
Yahweh?
God,
Do I believe in Yahweh? Yes.
you believe in the Christian God, correct?
Do you know the name of the Christian God?
Dude, it depends on whatever your perspective is. I don't know if you're saying that from the
I
perspective
believe in
of
Yahweh,
Judaism.
yes, and I believe in Yeshua, yes.
Okay. So, like, you don't have to be so fucking annoying. Like, I just asked you if you believe in the Christian God. Like, of course. Like, other people use that in different religions to refer to a different notion of God. But I'm just clarifying. So, if God commands you to...
I believe of calling his name, calling upon his name. You know, you can just... God can be anything. God can be Satan.
Okay, we'll call him Satan for the rest of the day.
Theism.
So if Satan commanded you to... Okay, if the Christian God commanded you to kill infants, would you do it?
The Christian God, there's many gods. Gods are referred in the Bible. Satan is referred as a god.
Dude,
What
you know
God
what
are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. The all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good being that created the universe. You already agree that that notion of God is not actually a god, because in your Bible you said that there are no other gods than yourself.
It even says
That
do not
there's
worship
only one
other
true
gods.
God. Yeah,
one
God, the
true
way
God.
that it's using gods there is just a being of worship, not in terms of or perceived notion of worship, perceived notion of God, not true God. Your Bible also claims there's only one true God. Do you agree with that
Only one true
statement?
God.
So
Yes,
if
sir,
the
only
one
one.
true God commanded you to kill infants, would you do it?
You're taking that out of the context. You're talking about.
No, I'm not. Look at
when
1 Samuel 15:3. I'll read it to you if you'd like.
The Israelites were given a warning. They're given a warning. If they did not stop killing their babies to Molech, they were
No,
going to...
this is not the Israelites, right? This is the Amalekites, okay? It says, now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. Would you,
Yes, because-
in this context, if you were commanded to do this by God, would you kill these infants?
You know, those were... back then, some people and some infants were used to... Even says they were used to flame the fires of hell. You know, and at that time, those were different times.
So you think it's good that they were commanded to be killed and then sent to hell to be used as paper for fire, basically?
That's what it says. That, you know, there was no mercy.
And you
there
think
was no
that's
mercy.
good? Ivan, you think that's good?
I'm not saying it's good or not. I'm just saying
Yes,
God...
you are, because your God is all good, right?
No, he fears
No,
God.
he's not
Sinners-
all good. He's not perfect?
sinners- No, he is perfect, but he does
Wait,
not...
so what does perfect
like-
mean?
perfect. To something to be perfect is to have no wrong.
Oh, okay. So, but so this is not wrong for God to do because he's perfect.
Those weren't God's people.
And so that justifies him commanding the infants to be slaughtered and then sending them to hell to be used as paper for fire.
That's what it says in the Bible. That's what it says. I mean, I'm not.
And you think
I'm not
that's
gonna go with
good,
this.
right?
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying those people did not follow Jesus.
No, I'm just
They did
asking,
not follow
did God do something good there? Should God have done this?
I mean, should have babies been burned?
Should
babies be
God have commanded these babies to be slaughtered
Okay.
and then used as literal
Okay.
fucking coal fire, right? Coal and fire in heaven or hell.
Should babies
Sorry,
be
my bad.
aborted? Should babies be aborted?
I wouldn't make an argument that babies should be aborted unless there's
Is
a
it wrong?
circumstance like someone's life is at risk, because then I'm not arguing that like it's morally good to get an abortion. I'm arguing it's morally permissible to get an abortion.
So you're.
right?
I'm
That
just
it's not
saying.
wrong.
It's you can't be black and white. Are you pro-life or are you pro-choice?
I'm pro-choice.
Okay, so how are you going to make this argument when you don't even believe it yourself? That's called hypocrisy.
I care about infants, Ivan. Okay?
I'd-
Abortion is talking about beings prior to sentience. We're not talking about infants, okay?
And so just because they didn't come out of the womb does not make them alive?
No, I said sentient. First person subjective experience.
You are born from conception. You are alive.
I don't give a shit about cellular life. I care about first person subjective experience.
It's all hypocrisy. How can
That's
you care
not
about
hypocrisy.
something? If you say one's wrong, you gotta say all is wrong. You can't just pick and choose. If you
dude,
think that was wrong,
so then you should say it's wrong to kill plants. Because you care about life, you care about cellular life, you shouldn't pick and
It does
choose. So it should be wrong to kill plants.
it does say to respect nature. I could find all these Bible verses.
You think
We're
it's
talking
wrong?
about this
Wait.
one.
I have a question. You think it's wrong to chop down, to kill a plant? Like to kill a tomato
if you're
plant?
gonna-
Is that wrong?
And if you're gonna eat it and nurture yourself, yeah. But if you're just going to go burn a tomato village that can feed people, yeah, that's wrong.
Okay, so it's okay to kill the plants to eat. Why? Okay, is it okay to kill a baby to eat? No. So
We're talking
obviously
about
you're
the
going to
Old
treat
Testament.
different types of life differently. Why do you treat that differently? Well, because human subjective experience. Okay, so you have a
you
qualifying
can't
distinction.
argue-
You
you can't
do literally pick traits, right, of what you consider valuable there.
Okay, we were talking. Okay, a baby can be born up to 5 months and still live. So I'm asking you. So so you're still okay with abortion, even so it's still a life. So you can't fight this argument when you're okay with pro-choice. You're okay with murder. Do you know the difference between thou shalt not kill and thou shalt not murder? Do you know the difference?
Wait, dude, no, it's not murder under my view because it's prior to sentience.
Okay, so it does. It's nothing. If you did something wrong in the Old Testament, you could kill if you had a reason.
Hey, dude, Ivan, just to clarify, we're talking about infants, right?
Okay, it's
2-year-olds, 1-year-old, right? 3 years old. Okay, that's what we're talking about here. If you want to reference something else that's not relevant, I don't see how you could say that.
Okay.
I'm asking.
Okay,
Would
are you American? Are you American?
Yes. Would you kill these infants?
What did your ancestors do to get here?
I disagree with that. I think that is
But what did they
disgusting.
do?
I think it's genocide. Genocide,
Okay, so
slavery,
it
Jim
happens
Crow
in
laws,
multiple
segregation.
Is it sad? Yes, but it happens in multiple cultures. For you to point out
That's not
in
justified.
one-
I never said that's good. You're arguing God's good. You're arguing God is all good.
arguing
You're arguing these actions that God commanded are good. Okay?
It happens
So
in
is
every
it
culture.
good for God to command the killing of these infants? Answer the question.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's bad. It just
You have to say it's good.
Fatalities of war. It was World War II.
If God
war. How
commands
many
something, is it
infants
good? Answer the question.
The Israel are God's children, and we must defend Israel's children. That's what I could say.
If God commands something, is it good?
If God commands something, yes. If God commands,
Yes, then it's good. Okay,
something,
so
yes.
God commanded the killing of infants. Was that good?
he gave those people to turn to God. They
Can
were
you
just
answer the
killed.
the infants didn't have a choice. Answer the damn question.
Okay, but their parents did. They had the choice. Now it does say in the Bible, you will.
My gosh, I don't fucking care. The infants didn't choose shit.
And
So why was it
exactly,
okay
it
to slaughter the infants?
was fatality of war. What can we say?
Okay, but God's all powerful. God can make it not. God can get rid of this fatality. God literally commanded it. Like, dude.
So you're saying did God command the Holocaust? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying God commanded or the ethnic cleansing of the Amalekites. Do you think ethnic cleansing is sometimes good?
He commanded the flood. Did I think
Ivan,
the flood
just
is right? Yes.
answer the question, Ivan. Is ethnic cleansing ever okay?
My God is all knowing and all powerful. Yes, if he commanded the flood when he killed. I'm not gonna go against my God.
Bro,
not
dude,
gonna
that's
go-
so crazy. Saying sometimes ethnic cleansing can be justified is crazy, bro.
I'm not going against my God. My God, if people are going against war against Israel, guess who's going to fight? If I can go out there, I'm going to fight for Israel. I am not saying you're not going to fight for Israel. You know what that's called? The Nazi. That's called anti-Semitic. So are you anti-Semitic?
Arguing that you're not okay with Israel literally slaughtering women and children is not anti-Semitism. Okay? By what fucking means is that anti-Semitism? Please make it make saying that you're against a settler colonial state and an ethnic cleansing of people is not fucking anti-Semitic. Okay? That's a
So you're okay with the
secondary issue.
Nazis. So you're okay with the Nazis?
No. I think ethnic
Okay, so
cleansing is always wrong. The ethnic cleansing of the Nazis, the ethnic cleansing of the current Israel government, they're ethnically cleansing Palestinians. Okay? That's
I'm
wrong,
saying-
right? Do you agree that's wrong?
If there's an ethic
Ivan,
of
is it
fucking
wrong? Yes or
pedophiles,
no?
they should be cleansed. If there's ethic,
You think they should be cleansed?
If there's pedophile, yeah, let's fucking get rid of them.
If they're
Hell yeah.
what?
If say there's an ethic of pedophiles, get rid of them. We don't
No,
need
I'm
them.
asking you, Palestinians. Do you think Palestinians should be ethnically cleansed?
Palestinians. That's Israel's land. They can. How are you gonna fight? That's the holy land. That's
So do you
land
think
that-
it's justified for Israel to go on this land, steal it from Palestinians, and then live there? Appreciate the cap.
How
thank
did
you.
they steal it if that's their home? How did they steal
What are
it?
you talking? It's not their
Israel's
home right now.
Jerusalem was their home.
Becky, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. That's not these people that exist today. That was never their home. Okay? This is bullshit. This is like Manifest
What you
Destiny
call
in the
bullshit.
United States. This is literally the same thing as Manifest Destiny in the US. You think it's justified
guess-
for them
guess-
to go
guess
and
who's
steal this
defend-
land, take it from Palestinians, and ethnically
Your
cleanse
country
them?
defends it. Joe
I
Biden
disagree
said,
with
I don't know
that.
how much
I
money to
disagree
Israel.
with
So
that. I think that's
your
bad.
country defends it.
I disagree with that.
Well, instead of maybe putting, is it okay for command? Maybe you should talk more about Palestine then, if you agree.
I
with
do.
that. And maybe use your platform.
I do. That's
Not-
what we're
I've
doing
seen your
right
live
now,
a couple
Ivan. Like,
times.
Ivan, are you okay? We're doing that literally right now. I'm literally fucking talking about it right now. Okay?
So
I'm
am
literally
I.
telling
I'm
you.
saying I stand with
I'm
Israel.
literally telling you
I
it's
stand with
wrong.
Israel.
It's wrong for there to be an ethnic cleansing, and you said that was anti-Semitic. For me to say that that ethnic cleansing is wrong. Do you realize how fucking crazy that is? For you to say that me saying ethnic cleansing is bad is fucking anti-Semitic?
So you're pro-Nazi. So when the Nazis were
No!
around, it was okay for the Nazis
No!
to do.
Dude, Ivan, I'm saying ethnic cleansing is wrong, and you're like, you're pro-Nazis? Nazis fucking engaged in genocide and ethnic cleansing. What are you talking about, bro?
But they were part of the ethnic. They were part of they were an ethic.
I'm not okay with ethnically cleansing Germans. That's not my view. What the fuck are you talking about, Ivan? I think ethnic cleansing is always fucking wrong. Is that a difficult concept to understand?
Dude,
Maybe
do
for you,
stand by
because you
Israel?
think that if God commands you to ethnically cleanse people, you think it's okay if God does it.
It does
Right.
not say thou shalt not murder, but it doesn't say thou shalt not kill.
Okay, so you think you think that God commanding this is good.
If you have to stand by Israel, I will stand by Israel.
So say it. Put your fucking chest out and say it. Say God
I'm not gonna say
commanding
it.
the ethnic cleansing of these people is good. Say it.
I'm not going to say that
because you can't. You can't buff
I'm not
your
gonna
chest
say-
out and say your own view at the fucking top of your lungs. You can't do it. You're too scared to hold your own view. Okay.
How? Why? But your points are very hypocrisy. Like you're saying you're pro,
No.
and then you're saying that it's not okay to kill babies, but then you're saying
It's not okay to kill infants because they're sentient, but it is okay to get an abortion in the first trimester because it's not sentient.
See, that is hypocrisy.
That's not hypocrisy. Can you define hypocrisy for me?
So when
Ivan, define
when they were giving
hypocrisy.
sacrifice, give me a second. When they were
Ivan,
giving
define
sacrifices
hypocrisy.
to Moloch.
No, define hypocrisy. Ivan, I'm asking you for the definition of hypocrisy, okay? In the meantime, everyone, tap that screen, see the 500,000 likes, share the live as well, everyone. Follow me if you have not already, everyone. You already know the deal. If you want to support me, again, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Ivan, you're currently out of the app. I can't hear you right now. I think you're looking up a definition of hypocrisy, it seems.
I found it for you. Do you want the?
Yeah,
complete-
what is the definition? I won't be able to hear you when you swipe out of
practice
the
of
app.
claiming. Okay, the practice of claiming to have moral status, belief to which one.
Okay, I can't hear you at all. Do you want me to just look it up?
Yeah, just look it up because I'm swiping back and forth from the app. It just basically saying you
The
believe in
practice of
something that
claiming
you
to
don't
have
practice.
moral standards or beliefs to which one's own behavior does not. That's not what I'm arguing at all, right?
No, what I'm saying is, what's the difference
what would
when
be, you want to know what hypocrisy would be? This is what hypocrisy is. It's bad to kill infants, right? In all scenarios. But it's okay for me to kill infants. That's not my argument, right? I'm arguing, right? It is wrong to kill sentient
do you know
human.
how they used to do
let me
abortions?
finish.
Okay.
It is wrong to kill sentient human beings. That's my claim.
Okay.
So what's the
Do you
hypocrisy?
know how they used to do abortions? So when do they become sentient? When do you see us? When do
18 through 26 weeks
become sentient? When
is when it's likely.
18? So you're saying when they're born, it's okay to throw them in the belly of Molech? Is that what you're saying?
No, dude. 18 through 26 weeks is within the fucking womb.
Oh, okay. You're talking about in the womb. I'm talking about when they
Yes.
come out. Okay.
Dude.
So you're saying abortion after that is wrong.
Yeah. Unless there's grape or medical circumstance, or the
Okay,
abortion is non-lethal.
I still think it's wrong, but I respect that you at least see it in some. But back in the day, before they could even tell how long, they would have to take them out and put them in the belly of Molech in order if they wanted an abortion. I don't think and that's how this.
I don't even
this
know
all
what that
started.
fucking means, dude. I don't know what this like. Are you just like you're just like saying in the fucking body of Zeus? We threw it into the ocean and Poseidon took care of it. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
But
This is
before,
mythology and gibberish to me.
This is not mythology. When
Yes, it is, bro.
when the Jewish were punished, when God told them that they were going to eat their children, He told them stop sacrificing your children to Molech and come to God.
You need to stop killing your children, or I'll do it. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
That's not how it went down. But
That's so crazy, dude. That's so crazy.
How do you?
I can't even understand it. I can't do it, dude. Makes so much sense, dude.
I believe so hard in faith. I'm not a scholar, but I tried my best to defend. And you can't shoot somebody down when they believe, and I'm Christian, and so when Islam people go and they believe that they do something right, you can't tell them they're wrong if they believe in faith. If I believe in faith,
yes, I can.
I know I'm not.
Okay, well then you can't tell me I'm wrong. I believe in Christianity. Praise be Jesus, right? Jesus is here to pave you, right? He came here and he dabbed for your sins. He dabbed for your sins, Ivan. Accept Jesus, right? Repent. Have faith. Now, you can't tell me I'm fucking wrong, buddy, because I have faith, bro. I got faith. I got hate speech, hateful behaviors. Are you kidding me? TikTok is so ridiculous, bro. It's actually so ridiculous. Come on. All right, let's get this next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do believe in the Christian God, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please only send a guest request if you do believe in the Christian God. Everyone, follow me if you have not already. Everyone, follow me if you have not already, y'all. Yo, what's up, Haldium?
What's up, Blue 23?
And do you believe in the Christian God?
Of course I do.
And if he commanded you to kill infants, would you do it?
That's a tough question, but if I'm gonna be completely and utterly honest with you, and I'm gonna say it with my whole chest, yeah.
You would kill those infants?
Well, you're giving me a hypothetical that the God I believe in, and this is truly my God, right?
Yeah.
No fake, no devil, no nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, screw it.
Screw it.
Screw it.
But what if it was your own kids? What if God told you to sacrifice your children?
Screw it.
Your own you'd give up your own children.
I would give up my own life if I have to.
Tasha, thank you for the $6.66. Piss me with you. And yo, Megan, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. So yeah, I mean, I think that most people would say they probably care more about like their kids than themselves, right?
Look, man, I get the whole, value life and everything.
So you don't even know this God.
Hold on, no, let me finish. My faith is more important to me than what this world has to offer. I understand there are people like you who see no evidence and you choose not to believe, and that's absolutely fine. That's you. You can do as you see fit. Me personally, I believe that one day I will die and I will not have a choice of where I go. And so I choose to follow the rules and do as he commands. And so one day that I will be with him because he created this world. He created everything. And why would I want to be away from someone who is loving enough to allow me to live as far as I have, to be able to do the things I do, to think for myself, to make my own decisions. And a man, not even a man, a God that allows you, people like you who say they don't believe him, to walk and do as you see fit, even mock his son in the religion
Can I ask
that
you a
this world
question?
has. Go ahead.
Does a good parent allow their kids to starve, given that they could have prevented it?
You're comparing a human to a god. There is no comparison. So don't bother. You can't do it.
So I just want to know, like, would a good parent ever allow their kid to starve to death, given that they could have prevented it?
A good parent would do everything possible, right? Everything possible. But let me stop you here.
A good parent would like.
No. Hold on. Let me ask. So let me make this clear. Let me say this. God is good because he allows us to make our own decisions. He does not interfere, because if he interfered, we would be fools and we would do everything possible. Right? You are allowed to do as you see fit because he has not interfered. You lack the faith because he has interfered, and that has made you into the person you are. Congratulations. You can be the person you are. You can be the person you will be. But if he interfered every 5 minutes, we would not be people. We would not be humans. And in my personal opinion, even Adam and Eve taking upon the apple was his own plan to make us the people who we are for our own decisions. That is how I see it.
Okay, so I'll give you an example, right? Do you believe in Noah's Ark?
Of course.
So it was good for God to jump in,
yes,
and kill
flood
those.
The world, yes.
Yeah, to ethnically cleanse humans.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's good for the. Can I finish my statement, please?
Sure.
So it's good for God to intervene and kill all humans, but it wouldn't be good if God just, killed all the Nazis prior to the Holocaust?
Okay. This is where things always get interesting, right? Because whenever we go through this in the Bible, because we always have to use the Bible, because obviously he does not intervene as much as he has in recent history, right? Now, everybody likes to talk about the Nazis, which is recent history, because BC. Now, God obviously stops talking to us a long time ago. He stops intervening, he stops talking and everything like as such. And humans are completely on their own from that point. So why would he intervene from people making their own decisions when he's been stopped? Why would he jump in all of a sudden to stop this one sudden thing? And if he did do it, you would...
This one thing, like the killing of 10 million people. Like, why would he want to stop the killing of 10 million people? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Okay,
Like, who
okay,
would have
okay.
thunk?
You want to use the Nazis? Hold on. You want to use the Nazis? There have been killings all over the world. Africa has had killings. Russia has had killings. America, South America, people kill. That's humans. We kill.
Yeah, and God,
Oh my God,
should
he should
prevent those
intervene in
things.
every kill. He should intervene in every single kill.
Would a
There would be
good parent
people-
would a good parent ever allow for their kid to
Again,
get
you're
murdered,
comparing-
given that they could have prevented
Again-
it without hurting themselves?
Again, you are comparing a human.
Wait,
to a
if a
God.
parent could click a button and prevent their kid from being murdered, do you think that they would do it?
You are comparing a human.
Would you
to
expect a
God
good
again.
parent
But
to click
I will-
that button?
I will answer.
Would you
Let me
expect
answer
a good
I
parent to
just wanna
click the
make
button
that
or to
clear.
not click the button?
Let me answer you, but I want to say this, okay? Yeah, they would click it. But let me finish. You are comparing a human to a God. You are not the same. And you never will be.
I thought Jesus was human.
Jesus is the Son of God. This
So Jesus
is
isn't
a
God?
man sent to sacrifice for the sins of humanity so we may be forgiven. You bringing up Jesus again for his sacrifice, which he had did.
He gave up a weekend.
He gave up his life.
One whole weekend. No,
man
he's still alive in heaven. You know that, right?
He died and he went to heaven.
He's still alive in heaven. He rose from the dead, so he gave up a weekend. He took a break.
So
You know,
hold on,
thank
hold
you,
on.
Jesus, for
Let's
taking.
stop.
Thank you, Jesus, for taking
Because
that break.
what you do is mock, and you can mock as you see fit. I don't truly care.
I don't think it's mocking for me to acknowledge reality.
No. Fine. Yes. Whatever. Acknowledge reality and whatever mocking tone you see fit. Because I know you're just doing it for views and/or attention or whatever. But
I've literally had this
man-
from well before that. I don't have to do that for views and attention.
All right. Okay. So you die. Couple hours. You come back.
The crown, thank you.
Nobody gonna feel sorry for you?
If I were to die, no one would feel sorry. People would, my family.
No. Answer the question fully. You died for a couple hours, but you came back.
Oh, people.
No sorrow.
Oh, people would have sorrow because they didn't know that we were going. Hey, Octavius, people would have sorrow because they don't know that I'm going to come
people
back. For
didn't
example,
know
if I was,
was
for
going.
example, if I drove to a different place, right? God knew he was going to come back. If I drove to a different place and then drove back, and it took
Yeah,
me
so
2
people
hours,
again,
my family. Can you like be quiet, or do I have to mute you?
God.
Like, I'll just mute you. It's fine. So if I like went on a drive for 2 hours and came back, would my family grieve that? Would they grieve that, really? They knew I was gonna. If they knew I was gonna come back, just as God knew he was going to come back, right? That's not really giving up anything, really, right? That's not like giving up your life. Like if it were to be like me.
You don't want to. You don't want a discussion. You just want to argue. Because if you can mute me, then this is going to be a problem. I'll let you speak from now on.
5.
If it's hurting you so bad, okay? But again, you're comparing yourself a drive to a sacrifice where a man was beaten, carried across a heavy cross across the heat, and then died. He died while getting his hands. Basically, he was tortured to death, and you're comparing that to a drive. Again, why? You are comparing things that you should not be comparing.
Yeah, so he gave up a weekend. You said he gave up his life. I'm saying he gave up a weekend. Also, he doesn't even have to feel the pain, right?
I disagree.
He could have made it so that he didn't feel the pain. How do you know that he actually did?
Let me
Because
finish,
God
please.
can just turn that off, right?
Let me finish, please. Don't interrupt, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you stopped talking.
I didn't. In order for Jesus to even understand us, he would have to feel. If somebody were to walk around this world and not feel pain, they would not be human. They would not be one of us. For him to understand us, he would have had to feel pain. But that is beside the subject. I know you have other questions, so let's go ahead and get.
No, so
what was the
you
other
just told
question?
me. You just told me that
Yeah?
people who don't feel pain aren't human.
Oh my God.
Are you kidding me? People who don't feel pain aren't human. Appreciate that, Paper Crane. Thank you. Like, what are you saying, bro? That is probably one of the craziest statements ever. Like, if you stopped feeling pain, you wouldn't be human?
You're not going to switch up this conversation to something else.
Bruh, you're like, don't debate me. Don't question my beliefs. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. If you don't want to come on a live where you get your beliefs questioned, right, and you have critical questions that you need to answer, then don't join my live. Don't sit in a guest box and wait to be brought up on my live. Because clearly you're not able to actually engage in critical thought here. Anna, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Anna.
What was your question again? Okay.
Which one?
Any.
Any? Okay.
Any question you have.
Yeah, I'll ask one. Do you think it was good for God to impregnate his mom as a minor?
Yes.
Dude, that's just such a wild statement, bro. So incest is good?
Well, back then, people didn't live that long. If I believe correctly, people in the early 1700s probably lived. They were adults when they turned 14, 15?
Dude, that's such a crazy view to say an adult is 15 years old. No, Octavius, I do not believe they were adults at 15 years old, okay? If you believe a 15-year-old was an adult, that's a you problem. Not only that, but Mary was likely 12 through 16 years old, and God could have chose anyone who is not a minor. God could have chose to come back in a time in which did not require him literally impregnating a minor, okay? Who's his mom, by the way? Appreciate the boxing ring. Thank you so much. So not only is incest okay, but also it seems like you think it's okay for eternal beings, old beings, to impregnate minors. Kara, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Actually, like that's crazy.
You mean God, the one that created everything, that can do as he sees fit.
Appreciate it.
And that you have no say over. And
yeah, a being that's more than thousands of years old, right? Impregnating a minor, you don't think is wrong.
He created everything. He may do as he sees fit.
So anything he does is good.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because the last person who questioned him,
if God were to torture a baby, would that be okay?
You keep giving me a lot of crazy hypotheticals, but I'll answer it. Yeah.
You think God torturing a baby would be good?
Not good from my perspective.
Dude, it's just like these expectations are crazy. That's so insane. Okay, so God torturing babies is good.
Well, let me explain myself.
Okay.
Again, this is God, the one that created everything. No matter what he does, he's the one who created everything. He's allowed everything. Whatever he does, he's going to do. You can come up with every crazy hypothetical. If he does something, it is good. No matter how hard you try.
Okay. If God commanded you to grape a baby, would that be good? The fact that I am hearing so much breathing and no response is so insane to me.
I believe you are the one insane, the fact that you have just asked me that question.
I'm the insane one, and you're the one that can't answer this question?
I think you need help. I feel sorry.
I need help?
That's me. Yes.
Thank you for the hand art. Thank you. You're so lost, bro. If you think I'm the one that needs help, that's hilarious.
Child. You have asked me to rape a child. Are you serious?
I have not asked you to do that. No. I would never ask you to do that.
You have just asked me. That is sick. What is wrong with you?
Okay, at least you acknowledge that if God commanded it and God asked you to do it, that would be wrong, right? That'd be sick.
You are asking me to do this, not him.
No,
I kept going along with the hypotheticals.
Hey, Octavius.
I wanted to show.
Octavius, I'm sorry, but where did you get that idea? I obviously didn't ask you to do that.
Yes, you did.
Are you actually trying to gaslight me right now?
I'm not gaslighting you.
That's literally gaslighting. Yes, it is.
I'm sick. You're asking me to do something sick.
I didn't ask you to do that. I would never ask you to do that. I think you shouldn't do that.
Okay.
I think that's evil.
Well, how about this? Right?
That's actually why I'm using this as a reductio ad absurdum, because it's clearly evil. And if God commands you to do it, you'd think it's good? Dude, no response is crazy, man.
And asking someone to rape a child is even.
I didn't ask you to do that.
You did.
You're so ridiculous, dude. I asked you if God commands you to do it, would you do it?
Because this.
Yo, David, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Can we get a W, David, in the comment section? Thank you so much, David. W, David, in the comment section. Thank you so much. W, David.
Ask me a different question, because that's just sick. You are sick.
Okay, says the one who thinks it's good for God to command you to grape an infant. If God told you, God commanded you to hit an infant with a baseball bat, would you do it? Like the fact that there's no response to this. Ali, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much, Ali. Dude. So crazy.
Earlier when you were doing this to the other guy, I thought you weren't. I had hoped that you weren't this sick in the mind, but Jesus Christ, yes you are.
Yeah, I'm the sick one. Okay, dude. I'm the sick one. I'm the sick one. You think that's good. You see nothing wrong with that, but I'm the sick one. I'm the sick one for calling out your nonsense.
No, you're sick because you're using children to fight me.
I'm using obviously evil examples to demonstrate everything God commands. We wouldn't consider that good. There could be clearly things that God could command that would be bad. Is it even possible for there to be an evil God?
You're absolutely right.
Okay.
You're absolutely right. You know what? Screw it. Do it.
What?
Do it.
Do what?
I'll do it.
You would grape an infant?
No.
You'd hit an infant with a baseball bat?
No.
Okay, so you wouldn't do it. So you would be like, oh, he's evil, right? This is not my God, right?
No, he's my God. I will do as he sees fit, but I won't do what you ask me.
Justin, thank you for the $6.66. So if God commanded you to
he
assault,
wouldn't ask me to do that, but
so if God
commanded me to do something, I would do it.
Yeah, so if God commanded you to throw a pitch at an infant with a baseball at 100 miles per hour, would you do it? Would you throw a fastball? I don't know, man. I don't know if it's okay or not for me to full force throw a pitch with a baseball at an infant. I don't know, man. Dude, batters up. Like, dude, what are you talking about, bro? That's so crazy. Come on, bro. At any point, are you just like, no, that's not God. That must be Satan.
Yeah, it's got to be Satan.
Oh, okay. Okay, so then when God commands you to ethnically,
asking me to hurt a child. Yes.
Yeah.
That's
so
so
if God commands you to ethnically cleanse the Amalekites and kill their infants, you would think that's Satan, not God, right?
Obviously.
Okay, so the God of the Old Testament isn't God; it's Satan. Because 1 Samuel 15:3, God commands you to ethnically cleanse the Amalekites and also kill the infants.
Reward and punishment. Reward, heaven, God, punishment, hell. Yeah, sure.
Oh Lord,
Gotta do what you
please,
gotta do.
please, Lord, save me from this demon. Please, please. He's trying to ask me critical questions. Please save me from this demon. Please, Lord. Please, Lord.
Okay, I got your answer. I have your answer. And I'm gonna use this answer as a way to answer any other question that you have.
Okay, I got you.
Anything he asked me to do, that God asked me to do, literally God, no Satan, no wordplay, no nothing, I do.
Okay, so if literally God commands
No,
you...
no more of this if I said anything. So stop with the if he commands me to do this, that, and the other. Alright, I said anything. So let's cut that out and let's move on to a different question, shall we? Because
No, I just want to clarify what you mean by anything. Like, when you really mean anything, you're saying...
let me clarify.
You're saying
Yes.
you would swing a baseball bat as hard as you possibly can at an infant, right? And hit them if God commanded you? You'd murk the infant?
You're breaking up.
Oh, that okay. I'm sorry. That must be your Trump
Can you hear me?
Wi-Fi. I'm asking you if God gave you a metal baseball bat and said, "Swing as hard as you can and hit this infant out of the park," would you do it? Batter up. Come on, bro. Come on, dude. Like, there's no way, dude. Ariana, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. Alright, there's no way you go to the same school as me. I'm graduated. I mean, you probably, maybe you did, but... I'll ask her. But yeah, thank you so much, Ariana. I appreciate
Please
it.
move on from the baby hurting logic or whatever you're trying to do.
So should I try and give you a different example? Okay, I'll give you something else. Okay.
Anything that doesn't deal with hurting babies and or children, it's sickening. You can't operate like this.
Okay. If God, I appreciate the boxing ring. Thank you so much. Told you to swing a baseball bat at a pregnant woman, would you do it?
I said dealing with anything dealing with infants and pregnant.
I'll take that out.
Why are
Okay.
you still doing it?
If God commanded you to swing a baseball bat as hard as you can at an elderly grandmother, would you do it? Like, come on, please. Why is this taking so long? Fuck. Oh my god.
Asking me sick questions and I can't believe you're actually asking.
I appreciate the rose. Thank you so much. Because it's clearly ridiculous.
Yeah,
If God,
you are
okay, here, I'll ask
being
you this
ridiculous.
question. If God commanded, told you that it's okay to own slaves, would you think that's God? Appreciate the roses. Thank you.
If you said it was okay to own slaves,
So you think slavery is okay as long as God commands it? Appreciate the good afternoon. Thank you.
oh, that's more conquest than anything. Victor over conquest, you do as you see fit. I don't care.
Wait, so slavery is okay if God commands it?
I don't care if you win, lose, or die.
Katie, think of the dollar.
That part I don't care.
You don't care? What happened to love thy neighbor, Octavius?
Love thy neighbor all you want to. Win, lose, or die.
Love thy neighbor, but you don't care if I die or not? That's pretty Christian of you. Who really cares, you
I
know?
won't have a slave, but, I don't care.
But you would think it's okay for other people to own slaves?
I'm not okay with it, but if he says it's okay, then screw it.
Oh, okay. So, like in Exodus 21:20 through 21, God specifically says that you can beat your slave so long as he recovers after a day or two, right? Since the slave is your property. Is that okay?
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Thank you for the hand arts. Thank you so much. So that's not bad.
It is what it is.
Okay. So I mean, we can take this to the next level. Let's take this to the next level. I missed that one in Deuteronomy. I forgot what that one was. So have you read Leviticus 25:44 through 46? Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country. They will become your property, and you can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and make them slaves for life. You think that's okay?
Screw it.
You have no qualms with that?
Screw it.
No issues with that?
It is what it is.
Is that just going to be your response to everything?
No, I'm answering you. I'm saying it's fine. He said it's fine, then it's fine.
So at what point would you think it's possibly Satan?
Well, you've told me a multitude of times that this is my God, without a matter of fact, right? There's no falsitude. This is 100%. Every time you've given me the hypotheticals, right? You're that's what you've been telling me.
Yeah.
That this is my God, without a doubt.
Yeah, but like I mean,
the one that created the universe and everything like that. The yada yada.
Yeah, never said your God wasn't
Then
Satan.
Yes.
How do you know that your God isn't Satan?
I don't.
You don't?
I don't.
So your God is just as likely to be Satan as he is to be Jesus?
My God is my God.
Okay. You know, that's... I'm okay with reducing you down to that. I mean, that's super chill. I mean, the next question I could just ask is it okay for God to, like, allow people to starve to death, given that you could have prevented it?
We've already had this conversation about people making their own decisions. If people take actions and or do things and stay in areas where they cannot provide and or survive, then that is on them.
Okay.
It's up to others as well, you know, to help them if they want to, but if they don't, then that is, again, as they see fit.
Yeah, so I have a question. Could God get rid of our hunger bar?
He could, but he won't.
Okay, so he prefer us to starve to death over not to starve to death?
No. But he prefers that we have our free will and to do as we see fit.
I mean, why would that change whether or not we have free will?
If God were to intervene in every action, as I have said before, it would intervene in everyday choices, right? Let's take, for example, the faith argument, right? Especially when people put faith into politics. People have their faith on their sleeves every day. You may say to them to remove their faith whenever they're making a political decision, but that is not true. People use their faith in political decisions all the time, such as abortion. Right? People say, well, God does not appreciate the doing of abortion because they're going with their faith.
Laura, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Laura. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I definitely will. I'll make sure I try to check that. Thank you, Laura. I really appreciate that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Huh? You didn't hear what I just said? No, I'm finished.
All right, let's get to the next person. Only send a guest request if you think that the Christian God exists, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Yes, I'm 51.
For sure. Do you think that the Christian God exists?
Yes, it does.
If God commands you to kill infants, would you do it?
No, because I heard your recent with Octavius, who was there, and he was not too smart. But look, just to answer your question, and this is actually the first live I ever requested. I usually just scroll through it, but I did want to get on here and just voice my opinion and what have you. But look, and you were quoting Deuteronomy, Leviticus, and this. But one thing is, and you have that picture in the background, and that was just mostly a test, and it says that in the biblical terms. But what I wanted to say was basically that that was the Old Testament, and that was referred to the Old Testament, and in Romans, in the Christian Bible, in Romans, it actually says that where God says we are not under the law, but we are under His grace. Because the Old Testament, yes, there was slavery. Yes, there was killing. God even commanded when Moses. I mean, and you're talking about Babylon and Babylonia, and yes, there were killings. I mean, cities were killed, and even the cow, the children, everybody. The enemy was killed, annihilated. So it was very graphic and biblical. But in today's time, no. Not in today's time. No, I mean, God will not request that because
but here's my point here. So it was still good for God to command it back then, and if God did command it for you back then, you would disobey a good command.
Yes, in that times, yes. I mean, it was a different time as today, and a lot of people, and it was a choice of faith, and people were killed.
So then, to clarify, you would be evil for disobeying the command from God to kill the infants.
At that time, in that presence, under that state, yes. I mean, it's just the way it was. It's all written. But like I said, in today's times, no, of course not. It's just the way it is. I mean, it's how you read it.
Okay. Would it be good for God to ever torture a baby?
And like I said, I know what you're referring to. Let me ask you, how old are you? I mean, you seem
22.
pretty young. You're 27.
22.
22. I don't know. I mean, in today's standards, 22 you lived. I mean, because internet information is everywhere. I mean, you have a lot of people, it's not like when I was growing up, when I was 18, there was no internet. There was just books that you had to read and look for, and people selling encyclopedias door to door. Now, a 16-year-old can get as much information as a 30-year-old. So, I mean, I'm not going to say you're not knowledgeable, but I mean, I understand your beliefs, but I'm trying to refer, why are you questioning, are you an atheist?
As it relates to Christianity, yeah.
Oh, what was that?
As it relates to Christianity, yeah.
Oh, okay. No. I mean, I was trying to get you to see this.
Morgan, think this description. Thank you, Morgan.
But no. I mean, that's basically what I'm saying. No. It's in today's standards. No. Back then, no. And someone asked what was my belief. Currently, I'm not a Christian. I am not a Christian. I was a Christian. But I'm not currently a Christian. I've not gone to church in a while. But I still believe. Do I believe there's a God? Yes, I do believe there's a God. What you would call a Christian.
But you believe in the Christian God, right?
Yes, I do believe.
So you believe in the Christian God, you just don't consider yourself Christian?
Well, there's a follower. I'm not a follower. I'm not a full-time Christian where I go to church every Sunday or what have you. I still have my belief, and so forth. I do believe there is a good and evil.
Okay. Well, is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Arad?
No. I just wanted to thank you for
sure. All right. Appreciate you going up.
Peace out, man.
Terrible chat. We're not doing that again. Okay, everyone. Don't worry. What's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Do you believe in the Christian God?
Yes, I do.
If God commanded you to kill infants, would you do it?
No, I wouldn't.
So you'd disobey God?
I would ask him that, can I just not do that?
But he commanded you to.
Yeah, but God can, you can speak to him, you can communicate with him. And I would communicate to him that, God, can I please not do that? And I would ask him,
can you say that about any other sin? Like, God commands you not to, like, to cheat or something, right? On a test, right? You could just say, oh, God, can I just cheat on a test this time?
with cheating on a test, then I understand why I shouldn't cheat on a test. But with killing an infant, I don't understand it. I wouldn't understand why he would want me to do that.
Okay, so then can I do the same thing with fornication?
I would communicate it to him that, God, I don't understand why you want me to kill this infant. So then I would have to have him explain it to me why.
He says, don't question me, right? You think you can question me the exact same way he brought up to Job.
He says, don't question me in terms of his position, like who he is as a God. The way you are questioning him. That's what he means. He doesn't mean like, don't communicate with me. I've asked God questions many times and he answers.
Has God answered? Oh, how does God answer?
He answers in different ways. Like
how so?
It can be in dreams. He's answered me in dreams before.
How do you know it's him?
I just know because I asked a question and I got an answer.
That doesn't mean you know it's him. That just means you feel like you got an answer. You could have just thought that in your head.
Okay, this other time, I'm a South African. I live in South Africa. In 2019, I was going to go work in China as a teacher to teach English there. So then I asked God, I prayed to God and I asked him, God, I'm about to go work in China. Is there anything bad that's going to happen? And then or am I going to have a good time? Am I going to be safe? Because I believe that we are living in the end times right now, even though a lot of...
Hello? They just cut out. Do y'all hear me, everyone? I think they just completely cut out. She got yaptured by God.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh, you're back?
Yes, I'm here. So then I opened the Bible randomly, like just at random. And then it showed like a verse of locusts going around chowing crops from country to country everywhere, just chowing crops. And I knew from that verse that something bad was coming, was going to happen. And then I prayed to God. I said, God, whatever this is, can I please be back in South Africa when this happens? Can I please be at home when it happens? And then I left. And then 6 months later, I was in Wuhan where COVID started. COVID didn't start in 2020 like people think. It started in 2019. And God already showed me 6 months before that something bad will happen. I asked him a question and he answered me. And my sister came to visit me that time in December. And then she was coming back to South Africa. And then I just randomly thought, let me go home with her for 2 weeks and I'll be back. Because that's when the Chinese holiday is in January. And then straight after my
Iris,
sister...
I have a question. Why is COVID-19...
No, let me finish. So remember I told you, it showed me that verse of locusts. Then my boyfriend showed me this newspaper of locusts that were chowing crops from country to country, just as God showed me 6 months before. So what, are you going to say that's a coincidence? I have many testimonies.
Literally.
Yeah, I knew. I actually gave it to you because you didn't know what to say.
What do you mean I didn't know what to say? You didn't let me speak because you thought I was cutting you off. So I do know what to say, right? It's a literal fucking coincidence. You would have to demonstrate to me that these events were actually related to each other. People pray all the fucking time. They say, please help me out. Please give me this. So God gives you knowledge. God gives you help, but he doesn't help the fucking kids that are starving. He doesn't help the people that don't have access to anything that they might need to survive. He doesn't help the people around the world that have a lack of access to resources. None of that.
Decision-making of people have made decisions that have put them in the circumstances that they are in. People
Not
make
the
that
kids stuck in other countries.
when
Versus the
they
crown,
make-
thank you. No, there are children
but-
that starve to death around the world. 3.6 million children starve to death every single year. God could give them knowledge of there being food. God could drop manna from the fucking sky like he did in the Old Testament. But you don't think that he wants to do that because why? He can show, but he chooses not to.
Bad things happen because of sin. Let's start there.
I appreciate the cash app. Thank you so much. But again, this wouldn't take away from the free will of people. Okay, you could literally give children food by dropping it from the sky, and people still have free will.
Yeah, but if you're getting free food from the sky all the time, are you going to learn anything about actually working and making things happen
Then
yourself?
why doesn't God teach them just as he teaches you?
Yes, he does teach them, even from Adam and Eve.
So apparently he's not good enough of a teacher because 3.6 million children starved to death.
No, people don't want to listen to God. Let's start there. People don't want to listen. That's why we've all sinned. People don't want to listen to God. Even Christians are sinning. Even Christians are sinning. People don't listen to God. That's the problem that we have. We have ears,
And
but
you think
we don't.
children have the capacity?
No, the thing is, if you, as an adult, if you make bad decisions, your children will be affected.
Yes.
So then
wait,
what
actually,
must
I do agree, and that's under a natural world, right?
Yes.
I don't think that a parent's actions should impact the kids. For example, if a parent commits,
Unfortunately, it does.
if a
It
parent,
does impact
if a
the
parent,
children.
if a parent commits murder, right? Should the kid go to prison for that?
No, I don't think a
Why not?
kid should go to prison if a parent commits murder.
Yeah. So why should I have to be subject to the conditions
thing
set
is,
by
that
the
kid
original?
It's
Why do I have to? Why do I have to specifically be subject to the conditions of the original sin if I didn't commit it myself?
But the thing is, even if that kid doesn't go to prison, that kid's parent going to prison, that kid is going to suffer. That kid is out of prison without a parent. It just by default.
Not answering my question. I'll ask the question one more time. All right.
Listen,
Why do I have to be
listen.
subject to the punishment of the original sin if I didn't commit it?
It's your parent. You are the seed of the person committing the crime.
Okay, yeah, and same thing with my parents. If they murder someone, I'm their seed. I'm from them. Yet you don't think I should go to prison?
Yes, I don't think so, but you're still going to suffer anyway. If you are a judge, Parker, if you're a judge and you put the parent in jail, if you make that decision to put the parent in jail, that kid is still going to suffer. They're going to be out there without a parent. So
but you don't think that kid should suffer, right? And if like for example, right?
Anyway. They're still going to suffer anyway.
Can I give you an example? If they could click a button to make it so that their conditions were better, would they do it?
If who could click a button, the kid or the parent?
The judge.
The judge. If they can click a button to make whose
The kid
situation
that then is having a parent that is going to be in prison.
Yeah. But the thing is, the kid can't now can't take the parent into jail and still have the kid have a parent outside of jail. The judge can't make both happen. That's the thing.
No, so we're assuming that it's possible because they say have the power in the scenario the same way God is all powerful, right?
Yeah.
So they have a button that allows for them to essentially clone their parent from a different reality in which their parent is good.
So now you want God to clone people now.
No, listen, you're not understanding my...
No, I'm
Iris.
listening. I'm listening.
Respectfully, you were complaining about me cutting you off, but you've cut me off every single time I've spoke.
You just made me laugh. I just laughed. How? I can't laugh.
It's not just laughing. You've been literally talking, not just laughing. But
Okay, I'm listening.
okay, God is all powerful, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
He can do anything in which is possible. So God could go to a different alternate universe, right, and could select a parent, right, in that different possible world, and take that, bring them to this reality. They then have a parent, and it is the case that they're good, right?
Yeah, but God wouldn't do that because there is no other universe out there, and God wants us to all be unique. That's why we all have unique fingerprints. That's why you will never find another Parker out there in this whole entire universe. God loves. There's something about uniqueness that
Here, I'll clarify then, right? Yeah. Can God, right, recreate me as a person, but me as a person who never sins and say doesn't have free will? Because if God creates a new parent that doesn't have free will, he's not taking away from anyone else's free will. He's only establishing a parental figure for this other individual who does have free will.
But then God wants people to have free will because you want somebody to, if you're going to be a parent...
No, but I'm saying he creates a robot, basically.
Yes, but God doesn't... A robot can't be a genuine parent and be genuinely loving.
Why not? Because God controls them. If it's controlled by God and it can't be loving, then God isn't loving.
No, God is loving.
But it's fully controlled by God.
God is genuine. A robot
okay, so it can be loving. Because it's fully controlled by God.
No, listen, but a robot can't be genuine.
Wait, can God make a robot genuine?
No, I don't know.
Why can't God do that?
Because it's a robot.
So? God can do anything in which is logically possible. You'd have to identify the contradiction here. What is the contradiction with God making a loving and compassionate robot? That looks and acts human like us, right? But it's ultimately controlled by him.
Yeah, that's the thing. God doesn't want to control. God wants us to choose.
Wait, you're not listening. God is creating a new parent figure, okay? God isn't taking away from the free will of any other human being. He's creating a new parent figure.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't he do this?
But he doesn't want to. He doesn't want robots of parents running around saying, I'm your mom, I'm your father.
No, they don't have to act that way, Iris. Iris, they don't have to act that way. I said they act exactly like a human. They have the same behavioral mechanisms. They sound the same. Everything about them is the same. Just the point is that they're fulfilling the parental role that was lost because the other parent went to prison. So God could create this condition where this particular individual does this, but he decides not to.
So do you think a child would want a robot parent?
If it fulfilled the same conditions without them knowing the difference, yeah, they would. Would that lead to better conditions?
You would not even want a robot parent. Let's start there. You would not even want a robot parent yourself. So why are you trying to have some other poor little kid have a robot parent? No, Parker, that's not fair. You want a human being that genuinely loves you and genuinely chooses to love you and raise you and take care of you. You don't want something forced and controlled to be your
Irish,
parent.
I think you're being a little dense here. All right, I've clarified.
It wouldn't be fair on the child.
I've clarified, Iris. I've clarified.
It still wouldn't be fair on the child. It's just not going to work.
Iris, be quiet. We're talking no parent or a parent. I'm not saying they just take a kid that already has a parent and they just put it there. I'm saying there is no parent in this circumstance.
There's no parent. So, but like, why would a child want a robot parent? Like,
it's better than no parent.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's better than no parent.
So are you telling me if you're in a relationship with a robot, you're fine with that? You wouldn't want a real girlfriend, like a human girlfriend. You're fine with a robot girlfriend. Would you be fine with that? It's still not fair for the child. It's just not going to work. It's the same as the parent being in jail. It's not fair for the child.
You want to know why you're being dense here? Because I'm not talking about...
You're calling me dense because you just don't want to agree with me, but you know I make sense.
I'm like literally giving you the reason why it doesn't make sense. Okay.
No, but okay.
So
let me ask.
Can you like let me explain? Or do you need me to mute you?
would you be fine with a robot parent? Let me ask you that.
Yeah, if my parent either was going to die and I would have no parents, I would prefer to have the robot parent controlled by God.
First of all, you don't even
What are you
like
laughing at, Iris?
because you don't even like God, so you would want a robot parent controlled by
We're
God.
talking about me as a fucking child who can't take care of itself. Of course I would want conditions met for me, my survival as a child.
Okay, then as you grow up and then you see your friends with their real parents, you would be like, it would be like another Pinocchio story. But instead of saying, I want
Iris, in this scenario, I wouldn't know.
real parents.
Iris, in this scenario, I wouldn't know.
Well, I already know. I think you wouldn't want that.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a different hypothetical because you're clearly not able to make sense of this one. Okay?
You just don't want to say you agree, but it's
Just
fine.
stop talking. Is Satan an angel?
Sorry?
Is Satan an angel?
Is Satan an angel?
Like a fallen angel?
Yes, he's a fallen angel. I don't know if he's still an angel now, but he was.
Do fallen angels have more power than humans?
Most definitely.
Most definitely. Okay. Does the more power that Satan has allow for him to do more evil?
Yeah, I would say so, yes.
Okay. So why didn't God make Satan human rather than making him a fallen angel? Because it would have reduced the amount of evil he could have done.
Satan existed before humans
Appreciate
existed.
this description. Thank you so much. But yeah, God could have made him human rather than making him an angel, which would then have led to him committing less evil. So what you essentially have to argue here is that more evil is good, which is contradictory.
But I think God wouldn't want a weak opponent. That's one point.
A weak opponent? So God just wants us. God wants an opponent. So he creates a being that then in the future grapes chill.
I didn't say you want an opponent, but he wouldn't want to weaken somebody that's against him. God doesn't play things like that. God is not weak like that. He's not going to weaken his opponents. He's going to say, come as you are, and I'm going to show you who I am. That's how God deals with his opponents. Okay? Let's start there. And secondly, angels existed before humans existed. So angels were in heaven with God before God created the earth. So Satan was an angel already there. And other angels also have the option of being a Satan themselves. The angels that are left in heaven with God now, they still at this very moment have an option to turn against God and to be a demon or a Satan or whatever. So everybody, as much as we have free will, the angels that are in with God in heaven now also have free will. Even Jesus himself has free will. Even he has if he wants to make the decision to turn against God, he can, Jesus, but he's choosing not to. So do you understand? And imagine how much power Jesus has. But he is not choosing to be like Satan. But he could if he wanted to. We all have free will.
Okay, so I have a question. Does God have a preference against evil?
Sorry?
Does God have a preference against evil?
What do you mean? What do you mean a preference? Like what kind of, like the kind of evil he prefers?
Does he prefer evil to not occur?
Definitely, of course.
Okay, so since God prefers evil to not occur, that means that a world in which would exist that God could create, holding all else constant, that has a greater level of evil, is not the world that God would prefer over the world holding all else constant, in which has less evil.
Sorry, say the last part again.
A world holding all else constant with less evil is better than a world all else constant with more evil.
A world with less evil is better than a world with more evil. That's what you say. Yeah, but the thing is, the world that we're currently living in is getting more and more evil.
Hey,
it's getting worse and worse.
Listen, Iris. Let me please fucking finish this. Okay. So the world in which Satan is an angel has more evil than the world in which Satan is a human.
I don't know. I don't know.
You already conceded to this earlier.
Yeah, I guess. But the thing is, it's so broad because who knows what he would do as a human being? So who knows, like he would go further than Hitler went or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but
So-
Iris, you already believe that he went even further than that because he has more powers. You said if they have more powers, they can do more evil. Satan is going to exacerbate engage in as much evil as he possibly could. And for the
Yes,
people who are
and-
saying I need sleep in the
and
chat, I'm
also-
sorry if you haven't. I'm sorry, but these are genetic, yo.
And it's getting worse. The evil that he's doing is getting more and more worse, and it's getting like it's spreading even more. It's not that it's at a constant level. It's always getting worse. That's why a lot of crazy things on earth are just getting worse. So, but at the end of the day, everything is going to come to an end. It's not going to happen forever. Everybody, the devil and his demons and all his followers, they're all going to be thrown in the lake of fire one day, which then there will be no earth that has evil on it with the devil roaming around. That's all going to come to an end. At the end of the day, Satan's final destination is the lake of fire where he'll be burning and screaming for eternity, and he won't be able to get out. He won't be able to cause any evil or do anything. He literally won't be able to do anything. He'll just be in there screaming for eternity. So his punishment is coming, and it is an eternal punishment.
Okay, Iris, I don't think that we have any ability to have conversations, so is there anything else you'd like to say before I go on to the next person?
What do you mean we don't have an ability to have a conversation? Haven't you been having a conversation? I feel like when I'm starting to speak sense, you just don't want to say that I'm actually speaking sense and you understand me. That's the thing.
No, I'm just annoyed with you, like, not being able to understand pretty simple things.
Simple things like what?
What I've been explaining in this live. Okay, I haven't given you a complex argument here. We've already established the point that we said prior.
And
Stop
you're
talking.
trying to get me like that.
Can I mute you? Or do you want me to mute you?
The thing is, you're trying to get me to a point where I don't.
So a world in which there's less evil is worse than a world in which there's more evil. A world in which Satan is human, right, is a world in which there is less evil. A world in which Satan is an angel is a world in which there's more evil. Because a world in which there is an angel, right, rather than a human, it would be the case that they have more power to exercise that evil. So if they have the preference for a greater level of evil in the world, and they have the greater amount of power to be able to exert that preference, well, then it is going to be a case that there's more evil in this world if they had more power. So God isn't, say, granting like cutting or limiting Satan's power, right? What he's doing is he's giving him the same types of powers as other humans, because if he were to make him an angel, he'd give him more power, right? So all God is doing by making him an angel rather than making him human is by increasing the level of evil in the world, right? By increasing, again, Satan's power to exert his preference for evil. Does that make sense, Iris? You can click the bottom right. There's a microphone. You can click the microphone real quick.
I'm so confused. Okay. But the thing is, you're talking as if Satan was already evil. And then after Satan was evil, God took him and made him an angel. No, it didn't happen like that. God made him an angel. And then when he was an angel, he was jealous of God and wanted to be like God, and then turned against God. And then he manipulated a third of the angels in heaven to follow him, to be against God. He wanted to dethrone God. So he was an angel before he became evil.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that God's all-knowing. So God knows what's going to happen inevitably from either of these worlds. So the point I'm making is that that's not even relevant.
Yes, but then God makes a perfect example with Satan, that if you come against me, you're going to lose badly and you're going to end up in an eternal fire. So God wanted to let everybody know, honey, I'm God. And if you mess with me, I'm not going to lessen your power and weaken you. No, be strong, but you're still going to go down with your strength. That's God.
Here,
That's how
let me give you an example. So, essentially, Satan has been given a character in the game that has more abilities than everyone else. So, like, let's say that we had like a game where each character, right, has particular abilities, and then one person, right, is given more abilities. Okay.
Yeah.
So at the very base level of the game, right, that would have been established by the creator of the game, by the coder, correct?
I get it, but he has more abilities against people that don't have Jesus living inside of them, people that are not believers.
Again, God granted that power to him, but not to other humans. So God not granting that power, he doesn't lose anything by doing that.
No, humans that believe in Jesus also have power. I have the Holy Spirit. So I have been casting out demons out of people, even at church, with my
Iris,
power.
you're not casting out demons from people, but that's respectfully not what I'm referencing. He, as an angel, has more powers than a human.
Sorry?
He, as an angel, has more powers than a human that don't relate to whatever the hell you just referenced with exorcisms.
And the thing is, Satan has more power against people who don't have the Holy Spirit. But when you have the Holy Spirit, Satan has no power over you. I had depression and anxiety and suicide before I had the Holy Spirit. Satan had me. He had me. He had more power than me when I was under his depression and anxiety and suicidal thoughts. Satan had me.
Yeah. So you saying depression, anxiety is literally from Satan doesn't help anyone. Actually, right? We would have reason to believe it's worse, right? Because it doesn't actually permit the conditions for people to get meaningful. Hey.
No, listen, I'm talking about me.
Hey, can I finish my statement, Iris, or do I need to mute you again?
You cut me off. You cut me off. Let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Wait, you stopped talking.
You cut me off when I was talking about my depression and anxiety. What I'm saying is
no, you stopped talking and then I responded.
The devil was more powerful then. But as soon as I had the Holy Spirit, I got released from the depression. I got released from those suicidal thoughts and anxiety, and I have the Holy Spirit. I don't even have nightmares anymore. The devil can't touch me because I have the power of the Holy Spirit now. That's what I'm saying to you. So he had power over me, Satan, when I was not with God. Now that I am with God, he has no power over me no more. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I had depression and anxiety for years. I used to cry every night. I used to take medication for it and all these kind of things. But I don't take any depression medication anymore. I don't. I'm happy every day now. I don't know after how long, how many years I was not happy. I was crying at night and not understanding why am I so sad. But after I was saved and I had the Holy Spirit and that depression and anxiety left me, the devil has no power anymore. That's what I'm saying. So he has power over humans, but power over humans who are not with God. That's why people have depression and are committing suicide and so many other things are happening in this world.
No, I think that's a damaging claim because you have no evidence to indicate that it's from demons, from its demonic spirits. I'm sorry, if you cut me off one more time, I'm just going to go on to the next person.
Okay, why did you continue?
So again, right, you saying that it's all demons, it's all demonic, you have no evidence to justify that claim, and that doesn't actually allow for anyone to be able to work on or find solutions for particular issues in their life, right? Because it solely and fundamentally relies upon whether or not someone accepts, again, a claim that you cannot indicate to be true, right? Something that you have no evidence for.
I do. My life is living proof of it. There are thousands of people around the world who can say the same thing I'm saying to you, Parker. If not millions. If not millions. Do your research. Go on YouTube. We're living in 2024. Just YouTube and see for yourself. Millions of people around the world, different cultures, different religions, different races can tell you Jesus set them free from suicide.
That doesn't mean that there's empirical evidence that supports that idea. People make claims about plenty of different things all the time. That doesn't mean that they're accurate. People make claims that Jesus isn't God and say that it's actually Allah. right? People make claims that Jesus isn't God. It's actually Odin. Are you? Is it like every single time I speak, do you have like some sort of need to like start speaking? Because when I'm speaking and you're not hearing my points because you're speaking, you're doing that, we're not going to ever have a productive convo because you don't pick up on what I'm actually saying.
I'm hearing you. You're saying that it's claims and it's claims and all of that. I'm hearing you. I am hearing you. What I wanted to say is that speaking of Allah, haven't you noticed how you will never go on a platform asking people of Allah why they don't believe in Allah or Buddhism or anything like that? People who
they're less prevalent in the society that I live in.
Yes, and who's at the center of everything? Jesus Christ is right at the center. Look at even on TV, when people are mocking religion, who are they mocking? They're mocking Jesus.
Because we live in the US and it's mostly Christian.
Yes, and look at Satanism. Look at satanic people.
Oh my
which
God.
Which religion do they hate the most?
Please fucking save me.
Jesus Christ. Jesus is right.
Please fucking save me. This was my original background. Does this only apply to the Christian God?
Prove to me that God exists.
Does this only apply to the Christian God?
What?
Does this background only apply to the Christian God?
Yes, I say so. But let me tell you.
No, it doesn't. This background just says God. It does not say the Christian God. This is the background that I used on this platform for literally 2 years. For literally 2 years, okay? So this background, right, applies to literally everyone. The reason why I'm doing specifically lives now about Christianity in particular is because it's more impactful in the society that I currently live in than just referencing God in general and talking to like deists and talking to people who believe in other types of religious entities, okay? I think that they don't have sufficient evidence. Iris, I'm going to go on to the next person. You're insufferable to talk to. Absolutely insufferable. Right? Come on. Like, are you actually serious?
I'm engaging in the conversation, Parker. How?
No, you're not. You're not. You're really not. I'm like literally finishing. I literally talk for like less than 30 seconds at a time. You talk for like 2 minutes and like make me be quiet the entire time. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Me saying 30-second statements, you have to cut me off every single time I speak.
Okay, well, I was just trying to say that I wasn't saying only about you. I was saying if you look at everyone in the world, like whether it's satanic people or people that are against religion, it is always against Jesus. It is always against Jesus. Even like Hollywood, people who worship the devil, they mock Jesus. They're always calling themselves Jehovah and all those things. Satanic people, they hate Christianity. Everything is the backwards version of Christianity. People who like to argue with religious people, it's all against Jesus. Jesus is at the center. Jesus is always at the center of everything. That's what I'm saying to you. Even the war that is happening in the Middle East, if you look at everything throughout history, it's where Jesus was on earth and everything. Jesus is at the center of it all, is what I'm saying to you.
Nelson, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. And no, it's not always. It's not always. Can I like finish, please?
Okay, finish.
Like, holy shit, dude, it's literally every single time, right? No, it's not, right? For example, the grape of Nanking, did that happen anywhere near Jesus where he lived?
The grape of what? What is that?
Nanking, it's something that happened in China. No, it didn't happen. It didn't happen anywhere near Jesus. There are plenty of atrocities throughout history that happened nowhere near Jesus. Okay, that's not a good argument.
Atrocities. I'm talking about that when you are like opposing religion, the biggest opposed to religion is directed at Christianity. That's what I'm saying. People will never argue with people who worship statues. You're never gonna say to someone who worships a statue and go up to them and say, why are you worshiping that statue? It's just a statue. It doesn't even move. You call this your God? Why is this your... No one does that. No one does that to other religions around the world. Nobody does that.
Yes,
where? I've never seen it. Where? Let's research.
And plenty of places around the world, whether it be the notions of mythology that existed throughout history of different types of Greek gods. We question those Greek gods, and that's why to this day, in many places around the world, we don't accept that notion of religion. That same thing is going to happen with Christianity, right? As the advent of like a greater popularity of Islam, right? You're going to see more people talking about Islam in response to religious beliefs and religious tensions than particularly Christianity. People talk more about Christianity in the society that we live in because it's most impactful in the society that we live in as it relates to religion. If it were Islam rather than it were to be Christianity, well, then it would be the case that it wouldn't, or then we would refer to Islam more. Rashawn, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. I know.
Exactly. Christianity is the most impactful because it is the one that is of the true, real God who lives, who is alive. That's what I'm trying to say to you. It will always be more impactful. It will always be the one mostly spoken about. It will always be the one that people oppose more than other religions. It will always be the one that is at the center of everything. Right at the center of everything. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Even people are not even questioning Muslims about Allah. No one cares what, and they pray. I think they even pray more than Christians, those people. But no one questions them why they're praying so much. But yet
She's not interacting with me. I'm just gonna go to the next person, y'all. Yo, Finn, thank you so much for the $6.66. Thank you so much. Nick, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Nick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
How are you, bro?
Yeah, do you believe in Christianity?
Yeah, I believe in Jesus.
Okay. If God commanded you to kill infants, would you do it?
Yes, why not? Because you know the future.
Okay. If God commanded you to hit a baby with a baseball bat, would you do it?
Of course I will do it. God know the future.
If God commanded you to grape an infant, would you do it?
To what?
If God commanded you to grape an infant, would you do it?
If God told me to do it, I would do it. Because, you know, God knows everything. He knows the future. You know what that baby will become. If you read the story of Israel, when there was war between them
Dude, it's actually so crazy, bro. You immediately said yes.
And
Bro.
other
That's so
country,
insane. No, how can you not identify that it's bad?
No, it's not bad. Why
it's
not?
Not grape isn't bad? Graping infants isn't bad?
If God told you to do that, why are you going
to say that it's bad?
Yeah.
Because I don't think there's anything that could justify that action.
God knows the truth. He knows. He knows the truth.
Yeah, so how do you know this isn't Satan?
Satan? Oh, no, it's not Satan because Satan used all his lies to against the children of God, to against the will of God. But when God told someone, for example, go do this and do that, he know the consequence. You know that will come after. For example, he told the King Saul, if you let those children alive, when they become older, they will come back.
Here, Joshua, I think maybe I need to clarify the question. If God told you to sexually assault a child, would you do it?
Sexually, no.
No, you wouldn't, right? So you would disobey God?
Because God is not my God that I serve. He is not a perfect God.
Okay, but what makes
God never sent anyone in the Bible to rape or to do those kind of creepy thing.
So he told them to take the virgins with them after they literally killed people in war. But we can talk about that in a later time. If you want to talk about what he did here in this particular scenario, he commanded them to kill infants, and you don't sit there and say in that scenario that wouldn't be him. You think that would be him? That's your expectation? And Sarah, thank you for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Sarah.
You know, in the Bible, we see the war between Israel and other country, there was many things like people who didn't worship Jehovah used to sacrifice their children to their false god, etc., to do all things of which was not right, you know. So I think God knew that, and maybe he told them to change, but they didn't accept. So the only way for God to stop this madness, it was through war. You know, that's why he sent King Saul, for example, or King David, to go to kill those people, because he knew if he didn't stop it, it would be like a cycle. You know, it will repeat itself again and again and again. That's why you
Chloe,
see
thank you for the
madness.
$6.66. Thank you so much. So how do you know when it is your God and when it's not? That's essentially what I'm asking. If it's predicated off the Bible, well, I mean, I think that could also be the case that could come from like Satan or from some bad entity, in the same way that you would say this particular claim could come from some bad entity. So I'm just not seeing the relevant difference between these two particular claims as to why you apply the standard to one but not the other.
It's not Satan, because as I said before, when God told you to do something, it always benefits to the environment, to other people. God doesn't send someone to kill just innocent like this. No. No.
Wait, Joshua, would it be good in any scenario for God to torture a baby?
To torture a baby for what?
For what? Do you
Just
think
like
it's
this,
okay in some circumstance?
it-
I'm just asking, do you think in some circumstances it's okay for God to torture a baby?
Sin. In the case of sin, of course.
Oh, okay. So you think, yeah, it is okay in some circumstances. Okay, that's
In
insane.
the case of sin, or sin.
Okay, so how an infant, how did they sin?
How they sin? The Bible says that we are born in sin.
They were born into sin. So if an infant dies, do they go to hell?
Right now, no.
No,
You
why
know,
not?
because Jesus Christ died upon the cross to save baby. Let me tell you something. You know, those
So prior
those
to
babies,
Jesus dying on the cross, did babies go to hell?
No, in
No.
heaven.
Okay, so him dying
No.
on the cross didn't change that.
Did change what?
Didn't change whether or not they go to hell.
No, the Bible says that God can take a life, even the life of a baby, to save them. He can send, for example, a prophet or a king or a soldier to kill a baby, but to save them from evil. The Bible said that Jesus Christ was crucified before the foundation of the world. So the blood of Jesus Christ saved those babies that was killed in the Bible, in the Holy Testament. They are not in hell. God just he protects them from their own parents, because they were using like magics and sacrifice baby to other
God have
gods. So
teleported them
the
to a
only way
different
for
point in
God to
history?
stop that is it was to kill. Sorry.
False. God could have teleported them to a different point in history.
Sorry, okay, can you repeat that?
God could have teleported them to a different point in history, and they could have been taken care of by people in the future.
Of course he could, but it wasn't his plan.
So
That
God
wasn't his
prefers
plan.
them to
God
be
doesn't like
killed
that.
and for them to be drowned or tortured to death rather
to
than
protect them.
rather than for them to be teleported to a future world where they can be taken care of.
by who? This word of madness. You know, I see the problem is that you saying that if people dying, those baby that die in the Bible, it means that God's evil. No, God allows those things to protect them. It's not a evil things. It will be evil if when they died, they went in hell. You know, that would be very, very evil.
So it would be only evil for God to command the death of infants if they went to hell?
Of course.
And why would it be
because
evil?
they are innocent. They are innocent. They didn't
But you said that they were
sin.
you said that they were born into sin.
Yeah, they were born into sin.
So aren't they deserving of hell?
According to the Bible. But you know, I believe that God started to how can I say that? To count your sin when you get conscious, to make a difference between evil and right. And that moment, God will started to put every mistake you make on earth in the book of judgment. But when you are child and you don't know what is right or wrong, God doesn't count that. No. So that's why even a baby died.
I don't know what you're saying.
I say that God doesn't send baby in hell. But if you want to protect that baby, it will allow, for example, a disease or a war to protect that soul. The body,
Okay.
our body.
I think we're getting nowhere.
Our soul is more important than our body. You know, for God, our body is just it's just like like a mud. You know, for him it means nothing. But the soul, it's very important. That's why the Bible said you have to fear. Don't fear people who are against your flesh, but fear who can destroy your body, your soul. Sorry, your soul. So for God, if someone is in a disease or in sickness, that doesn't matter. But when your soul is in danger, that moment you have to be careful.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. Okay, bro. I'm just like people today. I feel like I'm not even having conversations with them. Like,
yo,
what's up? How old are you?
What's good, bro?
Leave that mustache. Thank you so much.
What's up, bro? Can you hear me?
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 21.
Yeah. Do you think that the Christian God exists?
Yes.
Yeah. If God commanded you to kill infants, would you do it?
No.
Okay. So you disobey God?
Nah, because I just personally think he would never ask me to do that.
Okay. Well, do you believe that was God in 1 Samuel 15:3?
Can you say the verse?
Yeah. 1 Samuel 15:3 goes such as. Sorry, one sec. It goes, now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys.
I feel like there's a reason for him to say that, but for him, are you saying like just randomly, like a random infant? Are you talking about abortion, or are you talking about actually an infant?
I'm talking about God commanding the ethnic cleansing of the Amalekites, which included the infants. So would you kill these infants if God commanded you to?
If I was back then and he commanded me to do it, I would do it because there's a reason for him to do it. But I feel like
you'd kill those infants? Would you feel bad about it?
I would feel bad, but if I'm following like my father, like I'm not gonna disobey my father. You know what I mean?
There's a description. Thank you so much. So anything God commands you to do, you do it.
Like I feel like it's just kind of context. Like I feel like.
How do you know this would be him though?
You said what?
How do you know this would be him?
Telling me to do it?
Yeah.
I mean, you can hear his voice. Like he talks to you through multiple ways, but like
how do you know that's his voice?
Not like that's what I'm trying to get at. Like you have to be able to like have that discernment to realize if it's him or if it's the devil talking to you, like through fasting, through just lonely living by him and not being lukewarm. Like if you're on fire for God, you're gonna know who's talking to you, if it's a God or if it's the devil trying to tempt you.
That's an assumption.
Nah, I mean,
You
like,
don't know that. That's like,
do
how would you
know, I do,
qualify the
'cause
distinction? How do you qualify the distinction?
qualify, because you would just, when you're on fire for God, you're just gonna know. I mean, like, you can't say that's an assumption, because just because you've never heard him talk to you through anything, you can't say other people haven't, because God showed himself to me multiple ways. And so that's why it's like, I can't even be like, God's not real, because at that point that's blasphemous. Like, if I were to deny God at this point, because he's shown himself to me in different ways, you know what I mean? So it's like, but if, like, right now, I wouldn't be able to decipher it, because I wouldn't say I'm on fire for God, but it's just like, if he would have if I heard a voice telling me to kill infants, I'm not doing it.
Kayla, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. How do you know that it's God's voice versus not being God's voice?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm saying, like,
I'm like, you're just like, and
no,
that's what
I'm
seems
trying
like an
to tell
assumption
you.
to me.
Literally, when you're on fire for God, you know who's talking to you. You know why he's talking to you. You know if it's a temptation, or if he's trying to give you an assignment or a mission. You know what I mean? But I don't think God is ever gonna. If someone were to tell me in my head right now to kill infants, I literally have fucking schizophrenia, bro. Like, that's just schizophrenia at that point. But like, if I'm like, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do.
So this kind of then demonstrates my point. How would someone know whether or not it's God versus not? There are plenty of people out there that claim that they got this command from God to kill this person, to do this particular thing that we consider bad.
God would never make you do that. God would never.
But in 1 Samuel 15:3, God commanded them to do just that.
Bro,
so
we don't even know the Bible, bro. The Bible, bro. I'm not gonna lie. The Bible was written. I don't 100% believe every word in the Bible. I don't. Especially that's the Old Testament, right? Samuel?
Yeah, that is Old Testament.
I mean, I trust the Old Testament more than the New, but I don't even trust the Bible 100%. Like, I real life don't. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you don't know whether or not it's going to be the God?
You said what? Yeah, so
you don't know whether or not it's God?
I'm saying that when you are on fire for God, meaning you're not lukewarm, you're serving God in every way righteously, you're living a righteous life, you're not committing any sin, you're not committing adultery, lust, greed, none of that. Like, you will know, because your spirit's gonna be renewed. It's gonna be for God, so you're gonna know who's talking to you. You're gonna be able to decipher that like 100%. Like, there's people I know who have faith, grace over their life, that when God's speaking to them, it's like a clear voice. It's like a clear voice talking to them. But someone like me,
they could have a clear voice talking to them that you think isn't God as well. So it's like, I'm just not seeing the qualifying distinction between what is versus what is not God. It just seems like all assumptions, again, because someone could just perceive it to be God in their own eyes. The same way that you perceive it to be God in your own eyes.
Yeah, I mean,
so again, it seems like you don't really know.
It's not. I'm not saying I don't really know. I'm saying that God has revealed himself to me in different ways. He's never talked to me in a voice that I can hear, but he's shown me himself in multiple ways that a person who's never had that experience will never believe me. So it's gonna sound like an assumption. It's just like saying like, oh, weed makes me do this, but just because I've never smoked weed, I'm not going to believe him, because I've never smoked it. I've never seen it. You know what I mean? But when I do smoke it, I'm going to see it.
We can have empirical evidence justifying that it has these particular effects on someone. Okay. Do you have any empirical evidence that there are these like particular types of commands from God? No, you don't. So we can qualify, David, listen, we can qualify a distinction between these two claims, right? Because we have empirical evidence for one, but not the other.
I understand what you're talking about with this evidence, like, but listen, bro, I'm telling you right now, like, if you call out to God, like, bro, oh my goodness, there's so many times where I could pray about something that I actually need and not materialistic. It's not something that I just want just to flaunt or something, like something I need spiritually. I ask for God, I receive it from God every single time. Every single time.
So why do you receive it, but not the millions of other children that starve to death?
Because you talking about.
You're just saying they don't ask for it?
You saying what? I don't know.
You're just saying the 3.6 million children.
I don't know what they're asking.
So the 3.6 million children that starve to death every year, none of them asked for it.
I don't know. I don't know.
So, well, if one of them asks for it, then it's not just asking for it that is going to provide it. Secondly, I've also asked plenty of times.
But you have to have the faith. People don't
David,
actually have faith, though.
There are plenty of kids that starve to death around the world that do truly have faith.
How do you know that?
They have faith in any way that you would describe that you have faith. So it just meets the criteria.
I don't know though, because
so then you're gonna assume every single kid that died didn't have true faith.
I don't know. They might, but sometimes He does things for a reason. God does things for a reason. Because listen, if those kids didn't starve and die, then other people wouldn't have the feel like they have the obligation to help. You know what I mean? Like sometimes things happen, so something can be planted.
So you're saying that it's good that this happens to them because
I'm not
people
saying
should
it's
want to
good.
help?
I'm not saying it's good, but sometimes it's needed for other people to like kind of. Sometimes it's just needed for other people to realize, like, look, like I need to go out and help them. I need to do this. I need to do that. So more kids don't die. More kids don't starve. Because God, He made the world beautiful, but listen, He is too beautiful to the point where He had to put, like, it's kind of like a balance almost, like. But I wouldn't say it's a balance, but it's just like, it's kind of like free will at that point. So whatever's happened to those kids, whoever put those kids in those situation, is not in God's hands, I feel like. It's really not. At the end of the day, because He gives us free will to follow His word or not to follow His word, because it's just like a test. Because, I mean, if you have the answer to the test, you're not going to fail it. You got to study for that test. You got to learn.
Why do some not have to go through the test then?
Huh?
Why do some not have to go through the test?
Everyone has to go through the test. Every single person.
So infants that die, they go directly to heaven?
Yes, infants definitely go to heaven.
Well, they didn't have to go through the test then.
They didn't, but listen, they're gonna.
You said everyone has to go through the test. I just gave you an example.
I feel like that's a test in itself too.
So not taking a test is a test? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What do you mean? Nah, listen.
They died as an infant. They never were able to do shit.
Every test is the same. Not every test is the same, bro.
What type of test is that?
It's listen. If you have faith, bro, listen. Right now,
they never even reached the age of accountability under your view.
No, listen, Twerker, listen. Someone can come into my house right now and tell me with a gun to my head and tell me to like deny God, do everything, like just like basically like just disrespect God to the point where I can't even be saved at that point. If I do it, then He won't kill me. But I won't be saved anymore. But if I stay true to God, I'm like, look, like this is my God, blah blah blah. Like that's a test. That's a test. You know what I mean? So those little kids, like they I don't know, bro. I can't answer that, but I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't have the answer to every single question, but I'm telling you in the sense of this, like yes, everyone will be tested. They will.
I swear today, it's just like people, like, either they're not hearing my questions, they're not understanding them. Something's going wrong today. Bro? Something's going wrong today.
What's your question, bro?
Okay, so what is a test?
A test is just to test your faith in God.
No, don't use test to define what a test is.
All right. It's just proving your faith.
Proving your faith. Okay, yeah. When did the infant prove their faith? Be fucking for real, David.
Bro, I can't answer that question. I cannot.
Because you know it's ridiculous.
It might be, but like...
It might be.
You're asking questions that kind of like... I kind of have
show
to...
how silly your worldview is, yeah.
Nah, not even, bro. Not even. Because I've asked
literally what they do, but...
I've asked questions that test your shit, too. At the same time.
Give me one question.
I already did with the weed shit. I already did.
That didn't show any contradiction or issue with my view.
Nah, because you're talking about real evidence. I mean, like, I can't prove to a person who doesn't want to believe something. Like, I could bring the fucking horse to the water, bro.
David, you have no clue how long I tried to like justify this view,
bro.
I literally spent like most of my life.
You don't have true faith, though. Like you don't have.
That's a no true Scotsman fallacy. I feel like David, you don't have true faith.
Huh?
You don't have true faith.
I do though, because he revealed.
Oh wait, how do you know that?
Bro, I could just kind of tell, bro.
Wait. Oh, I could just tell. Okay, like you fucking
No,
ridiculous,
I
David.
definitely see what you're getting at. I see what you're getting at, bro. I for
Yeah, I
sure
use
see
the
what
same
you're getting
reasoning you do, and then whenever I use it, you don't like it.
at. Nah, I definitely see what you're getting at. Like, I feel like this conversation is gonna go nowhere. Cause at the end of the day, like, he revealed himself to me in ways, you know what I mean? And I can't.
Did he ask
prove
for
that he
consent,
did.
David?
Bro, y'all are making it weird. Like, don't make it weird, bro.
You said
like,
he revealed himself to you.
I don't mean it like that, bro.
Did he
like,
come right inside of you too?
Bro, you're weird, bro. Like, don't
I'm
make
just
it,
asking if the Holy Spirit came inside of you.
bro. Don't make it weird, bro. Like, real shit. Like, you're making it weird, bro.
Yeah, so I have a question.
I don't mean it like that,
Do you
bro.
believe
I
it
didn't-
was good for God to impregnate his mother?
Was that in the Bible?
Yeah, he impregnated his mom. Remember Mary, his mom? He impregnated her?
You talking about God?
Yeah, was it good for God to impregnate his mother?
No, God is nah. Are you saying because like God and Jesus is because Jesus is God's son? Is that what you're saying that?
No, Jesus is God, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and Mary is Jesus' mother, right?
Yes, but it doesn't mean it
So
like that.
that means
It's
he
not like
impregnated
that.
his
It's
mom.
It's not like that. God is like Jesus. Jesus is God, like reincarnated. Like he didn't have sex with his mom to like birth himself or whatever you're trying to get at. Like that.
Oh, well,
didn't
you just got age restricted, so I got to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do believe that Christianity is true. We got to go on to the next person real quick. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Yeah. Do you believe in the Christian God?
I do.
For sure. If God commanded you to kill infants, would you do it?
I don't believe that he would command me to do such a thing.
Okay. Have you read 1 Samuel 15:3?
I have not, but I just heard you read it.
Okay, so then you know exactly what I'm relating to. God commanded people to kill the Amalekite infants.
Right.
Do you think that was good?
I do think God has a reason for everything that he does, but again, I don't think now in today's world that he would command someone to do that. And I also don't think, the people that you're talking about that unalive other people.
He did command them to do that.
You think he's done that in today's world?
No, I'm talking back then. If you existed that time period, would you kill the infants then?
I would.
You would.
I would.
You'd slaughter the infants.
If I.
So you'd ethnically cleanse the Amalekites if God commanded you?
If I knew for 100% that it was God commanding me to do that, then I would. But again,
but you never would. You only get the claim from God. Are you going to appreciate the rose? Thank you so much. You don't know if the 10 Commandments is from God 100%.
They're not. They're from Moses. But continue.
Sir, where did Moses get them?
Okay, from God, but
hello, sir.
Oh, we got them from Moses.
Hello, sir. You don't have to be like that. You don't have to do
we got them
that.
from Moses.
You don't have to be disingenuous.
Okay, but we got them from Moses. All right. Anyways,
from who?
From God. But
Appreciate the rose.
but
Thank
who
you so
told
much.
us? But who told us it's in commandments?
So, I mean, I agree with you. You got it from. Well, actually, I don't even believe in Moses. But let's say Israel.
Wait. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I think Moses doesn't exist.
Okay. All right. Back to the conversation.
I don't think there's good historical evidence for Moses.
All right. Back to the conversation.
Okay. Do you believe in Noah's Ark?
I do.
Do you think it's okay for God to ever torture a baby?
I think that God has a reason for everything again.
So it would be good in some scenarios for God to torture babies?
I mean, yeah. And also,
yeah, dude, yeah. Torturing babies is sometimes good under this guy's worldview.
Also, earlier you were talking about I think it was the last guest, y'all were talking about how everybody has their own test or whatever. And you were asking why would about the infants going straight to heaven, and but you're born into sin, so why would they go straight to heaven? And
they go right to hell, right?
No, I think they didn't have to deal with the test, but I think again God has a reason for everything. So that infant might have not lived because the parents had to go through a test. Some people.
Yeah, but do they go to heaven or hell?
They go to heaven.
Oh, they go directly to heaven. Okay,
Yeah.
so then is heaven better than earth?
Heaven's a beautiful place, yes.
So it's better than earth, right?
Yes.
So why doesn't God all send us to heaven rather than sending us to earth?
Because there was sin. So
Wait, but
now
is there sin in heaven?
No.
So, but if God just sent us directly to heaven, there wouldn't have been sin. So does God prefer sin?
No, he does not. But
so if he doesn't prefer sin, why aren't we in heaven?
Do what?
If he prefers no sin, why aren't we in heaven?
Because he commanded Adam and Eve not to eat from the.
They wouldn't have ever done that if they were in heaven.
But that's not what God wanted to happen.
So God wanted there to be sin.
No.
But in heaven, there's no... Wait, so why would God want us in a worse world? That's a contradiction, okay? If earth is worse than heaven, well, then God wouldn't prefer us to be here rather than heaven. That makes no sense. That's incoherent gibberish.
We are on earth to test our faith. That's why we're here.
Okay, but the infants that go directly to heaven, their faith never got tested.
Again, but okay, so their faith might not be tested, but their parents' faith could be tested because there's people that.
Wait, but it's not necessary for their parents' faith to be tested, though.
Don't cut me off.
Sorry, I thought we already established that point, and I was trying to make sure that was clear.
No, you asked why they go straight to heaven, why they don't have a test, and I'm telling you why. Those infants might not have a test, but again, God has a reason for everything. So that infant might have not made it because their parents needed a test. There's people that try all the time to have kids and they can't have kids. They pray about it and then they end up having kids. I mean, it's just, again, so that baby might not have had to go through a test, but God could be using that kid to put the parents to a test, another person to a test.
Yeah, so yeah, you're just saying that it's not logically necessary for there to be a test. And if it's not logically necessary for there to be a test, well, then I'll just be able to ask you the question, why couldn't God have just sent us all directly to heaven? Because if it's not logically necessary for there to be a test, well, then there wouldn't be a test, right? There wouldn't be an argument for you saying that, oh, the parents need to go through a test.
I'm not saying that there shouldn't be tests. What do you?
No, I'm not saying that you're saying that there shouldn't be tests. I'm saying, no, listen. Right? You said that the parents need to go through a test, and I'm saying that's not true because the kid didn't need to go through the test. The only thing that would mean that there needs to be something would be that there is like some sort of logical contradiction with the alternative action occurring.
I'm still not. So you're saying why do the parents need to go through a test? That's basically what you're asking right now.
Yeah, why do the parents need to go through a test?
To prove their faith. Again,
okay,
we are on earth.
What does need mean?
To prove our faith.
Not all humans are on here for that because remember, some babies go directly to heaven without needing to prove it.
Again, but they have a reason for what happened to them, and that is to prove someone else's faith.
So again, right, it's not necessary for their faith to be proven. So you just conceded. If it's not necessary for their faith to be proven, then you have no argument as to why we would have to go to earth rather than going to heaven. And secondly, if it is more preferable for us to have the test, then you're arguing that us going to earth is preferable to us going to heaven. So now you're saying heaven is not better than earth. Does that make sense?
No, say that again.
No, what you're saying is that it is not preferable to go to heaven because it is more preferable to go to earth and have the test, then go to heaven, than for you to go to heaven first.
No, I'm not. It would be amazing to go straight to heaven and not have to come to earth and have a test and deal with people, that are evil. But again, our brothers and sisters, well, I guess not you, but our brothers and sisters made that decision for us, and now we have to deal with their decisions that they made. So yeah, I mean,
yeah, but we never had to go to this place in the first place. We should have been in heaven if heaven is better than earth. And if you're saying that going to earth, then going to heaven is better than going to heaven directly, well, then it logically entails that all the babies that die don't go directly to heaven, but instead reincarnate so that they have their own test. Does that make sense?
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Babies, you missed me with the babies.
Is a test necessary for perfection or for heaven?
Some people have a harder test than others. Yes. I mean,
is a test necessary for heaven?
Everybody has. Yeah. I mean, I guess everybody has their own ups and downs.
That means
right?
that it's logically entailed that the baby cannot go to heaven directly, that they have to go through a test first. Okay? So they would have to be reincarnated or they go to hell.
No, I don't think that's necessarily true, but
do you want to respond to like what I'm saying? I'm showing you why it's this way.
So I don't think that, again, like the other guy was saying, okay, so as a parent, don't think I'm just ignoring what you said. I'm going to get to it. But so as a parent, your responsibility is to teach your child right from wrong. And if you can't do that, then it falls on you. Like if you fail to teach your kid right from wrong from a biblical standpoint, then that falls on you.
So God fails to teach us to do the right thing, that falls on him.
No, once a child has the ability to know right from wrong, then yes, and that child can commit sin, like rather than just being born into it. Because when you're born into sin, it's because the world is evil. But if you don't know right from wrong, then it's kind of wishy-washy, because like people in other countries that have no idea about Christianity or anything like that, they unfortunately, if no one tells, that's why it's so important for Christians to go out and talk to people, because if they never hear about it, then they go to hell. That's why it's important for people to be lights and spread the word. So
you said if they didn't hear about the word, they go to hell?
They do.
They go to hell if they never hear about Christianity?
Yes.
So people in indigenous communities that never hear about Jesus, they go to hell?
Yes.
And you think that's okay? So babies that never hear about God, why do they go to heaven?
Because they never had the brain capacity to know right from wrong, or even understand.
Wait, but the people who are in these communities never knew about Jesus.
Again, but you're being like, what I'm saying. You just don't understand.
No, I don't, because people take. Wait. What you're not understanding is that this is a problem for every Christian. Every Christian has their opinions on this, and some Christians do say this. So no, I don't know what you're saying here. That's why I'm asking you questions and clarifying what your view is.
Okay, I'll explain it to you. So, a baby, right, doesn't have the brain capacity to even understand what you're saying. Correct? A person in an indigenous...
Well, I mean, they can understand what you're saying, right, at particular points when they're a baby, but...
Right. When they know right from wrong, correct?
They don't know right from wrong, sure.
No, I'm saying when they know right from wrong, then that's when they have the capacity to take in knowledge, correct? To a degree, to an extent.
What? Say it again?
Okay, so like you just said, at a certain point, they have the ability to take in knowledge, correct? Or understand what you're saying.
I believe that they have the ability to take in knowledge. Like, yeah? Like, well, I'm confused what your point is.
Okay, and I said, once they have the ability to know right from wrong, if they die before they have the ability to know right from wrong...
Can a toddler know right from wrong in some scenarios?
Sure.
So they have the ability to know what's right or wrong. So can they commit a sin then?
At a certain point, yes.
So a 3-year-old, 4-year-old commit a sin? And they could get sent to hell because they commit that sin as a 4-year-old?
Again, that's why it is important as parents to teach your child right from wrong. If you're a Christian,
so then a 4-year-old who sins can go to hell?
Yes.
Okay.
But again, a person. Okay, back to what you'd asked me.
Okay, all right.
Back to what you asked. Okay, so you asked.
That's so crazy. You don't even think about it.
You asked what the difference in an infant and a person in an indigenous area is. those people have the brain capacity to take that in. We have ways to teach that to them.
No, I mean, if your view is that all those people go to hell, I mean, that just makes your view look worse. So there's actually no even reason for me to critique this.
I mean, it says it in the Bible. It's in the Bible. I'm not sure exactly what verse, but it's in the Bible. That's why we have.
You know, it's also in the Bible.
What?
Jesus is Lord.
What?
Yeah, that's in the Bible. I swear it's somewhere.
You're ridiculous.
What? That's what you just said, bro.
I think
I swear it's somewhere, bro.
It's fun to come on here just because there's no. How long you been doing this? There's no way to even look at the question you have on your screen right now. That's just a crazy hypothetical. It's ridiculous.
Well, your God is the one that commanded you to kill infants. Your God is the one who commanded you to ethnically cleanse the Amalekites. So, I mean, hey, that's not me. You came up with that shit in your book. If you never fucking did this, I wouldn't even be having this conversation. If this wasn't in your book. The reason I have this conversation, right, is because this was in your book. You worship this being.
Oh, I love it. We're not gonna come to a understanding. I just like coming on here because I think it's funny to talk to you.
What's so funny?
You're just you're funny. You're a funny person. It's hilarious.
What about me's funny?
You're just funny. Again, like your question you have up there.
What's so funny about it?
If the Christian God commanded you to kill infants, would you do it? That's a crazy question.
And why is it crazy?
I don't think in today's world that, and I think people that say, oh, well, God told me to kill this person. I think they obviously.
Jamie, I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much.
They just wanted to do it. So I don't think God has asked anyone in today's world to go kill infants. Or
Jamie, we asked that question earlier. That is a good question, though. You say that last part again. Sorry.
I don't think that in today's world God has commanded anyone to go kill infants, and I don't like.
Sure. I mean, but how do you know?
I don't know.
So God could have commanded some people to kill some infants?
Yeah, I think it's highly unlikely.
So if your child died, right, it could be the case that God commanded, right, your kid to be slaughtered?
Like my kid was slaughtered, or he just...
Yeah, no, your kid gets murdered, right? Are you saying that God could have been the one that commanded that kid to get slaughtered?
I didn't say that.
No, could God be the person who commanded that?
Again, I don't think...
Are you saying it's possible?
Again, I don't think in today's world that he is commanding anyone to kill anyone.
No, but is it possible that in that scenario God did command your kid to be slaughtered?
I don't know. That's only God knows that. Not me.
So it could be possible. That's literally what you're arguing here.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Oh, okay. It is. Oh, okay. All right. I think that's an interesting view there. But here, I mean, so I can continue to ask you a few more questions.
Please.
Evan, thank you for the $6.66, Evan. Thank you. Yeah, so...
wait, can I say something about your last guest real quick?
Yeah.
I think it's so funny how he was talking about people that are on fire for God and how how they can filter through what's coming from God and what's coming from Satan. I don't think Christians understand that when you are it's when you're the closest with God that you're gonna have the most thoughts, the most trials. That's just a proven point that always happens. So you can't say that when you're on fire for God, none of those things are gonna happen. That's when they happen. Anyways, okay. Ask me some more questions.
Sure.
Next question.
And not only did God want incest in that scenario, he brought it back again with Noah's Ark. He said, more incest ordered on aisle 1.
Is that your Donald Trump impression?
Nope. More incest on aisle 1. That's what he claimed.
All right. Next question.
You don't even want to respond to that?
No. Next question.
Okay. Do you think it was good for God to impregnate his mom?
I don't think that God impregnated his mom.
So Mary is not the mother of Jesus?
She is.
Is God Jesus God?
He is reincarnated.
So, so God impregnated his mom.
No. Okay. God, it's the same person, but Jesus is in the man form of God. So, I mean, I don't think that was incest. It's not.
So it's just logically entailed that he impregnated his mom.
No. Again, Jesus is the human form of God. I don't. God himself. I think that's a tough one. I don't.
Yeah, it is a tough
Nobody.
one.
I mean, what do you?
Because it's clear he did impregnate his mom. Like, I'm not making a false statement there. That's
No,
a
you're
completely
just-
accurate, truthful
no.
statement. God impregnated his mother.
Okay, see, but then it just comes down to: do you believe, like, hypothetically, if I was a god and I could create a human version of myself, and I did stuff with a family member, would that be incest? I mean,
Yeah.
technically, no, because I'm not.
What?
I'm still in my.
If I did stuff with a family member,
No.
would it be incest?
You're not
Yes.
listening. Okay, I give up.
This guy, bro.
I give up. Any more questions that we can
discuss?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Other
like
than if the Christian God commanded.
yeah. What next one? Yeah. Do you think good parents allow their kids to starve to death if they could have prevented it?
Do what? Do I think parents would?
Do good parents allow their kids to starve to death, given that they could have prevented it?
I mean, do I think there are some parents that have done that? Yeah.
That's not the question I'm asking you. Do good parents allow their kids to starve to death, given that they could have prevented it easily?
I'm sure some of them do.
Good parents? Really?
I mean, you said.
You think that they're good parents and they let their kids starve to death, given that they could have prevented their starving to death easily?
How do we know they're good parents? Are we saying they are?
I'm saying they wouldn't be good parents in that context, right?
Sure.
Okay. So if God allows for kids to starve to death every year, 3.6 million children to starve to death every year, and it is the case that he can prevent it easily, is he doing something bad there?
Again, it is.
Is that your expectation?
Again, it is people. It is our place to help those people, just like it is our place to help the people that have no clue about Christianity or any other religion at all. That is our place.
Yeah, I'm not really understanding your point here.
Like he is. Again, yeah, he could drop food from the heavens, but that's not the way that our God works. It is our place to help the children that are starving.
It's your place to help the children that are starving. I'm not disputing that, but do you think that it's also God's place?
Again, if he wanted to drop food from the heavens, he could.
Yeah, so he prefers that these children starve to death rather than him dropping manna from the sky.
He doesn't. I think this goes back to the test.
No, that's entailed.
I think it goes
because
back
if it was that he prefers to drop manna from the sky, well, then he would do so.
I think this goes back to the test thing. It is our place to help those people.
So you're just saying it's your place to help these people. God acknowledges that these people are going to die. Should God do something?
Say it again.
God acknowledges that if he doesn't do something, these children will die. And God can do something, but he chooses not to. Did he do something wrong?
I'm not understanding what you're saying. If he
Dude, it's like I'm not even asking something like
I'm reading
complex
I'm
here,
reading
dude.
the comments and
Like,
listening to you
fuck.
at the same time. I think you ask a lot of like just trap questions.
They're called reductio ad absurdums.
I
They
don't.
show how silly your view is.
No, they're just trap questions. Like the
When
one
you say
above your
trap
head.
question, you just mean that I prove you're wrong.
No, I just mean that's like me asking you, would you rather unalive your mother or do stuff with your dad? Like that's just a stupid ask. Like that's
That
just
demonstrates nothing conceptually. Everything I've asked you
yes,
here demonstrates something conceptually. I'm not just asking you dumb questions, bro. Be fucking for real, bro.
I'm being fucking for real, bro.
You're not. Maybe you're just not smart enough to realize. Like, totally real. Like, I'm not trying to use that as a diss, bro. I'm just being like, fucking, like, I just don't understand. I really don't get it. Why this is such an issue to understand.
All right, I'll let you get back to some real debates.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you do believe the Christian God exists, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going? 33.
Yeah, do you believe the Christian God exists?
I do.
Do you think that if God commanded you to kill infants, you would do it?
It's an interesting question. If God commanded me, if the Christian God commanded me to kill infants, I don't believe that that would be the Christian God. So I think that the question itself is flawed. And if anything, I would question who this person is, and I probably would have a very large problem with it. So no. So it's kind of a weird question, right? Because one, I don't believe that the Christian God would do that right now. And
Right
then
now, but
two,
he would have in the past?
well, yeah, it's a different circumstance, right?
Oh, okay. So,
So
like, if
you've
you
got
lived
to,
in that past time, would you do it?
and again, it would be approached with a lot of hesitation, right? I'd have to know for sure who I was talking to, just like Abraham. I'd probably have to walk with God. And if I was in a circumstance where I prayed to God for a child and God promised a certain promise and there was a covenant attached to that child, then I would understand that that child doesn't really belong to me and it does belong to God. So the killing of that child is not like we would see killing an infant today. So I
I
would at
don't see
least
how it's any distinct.
no, I can
I just think
understand
there's
that.
a difference in time. So, are you saying it's not as bad to murder an infant in the past as it is now?
No, it's terrible. It was a terrible reality.
So it's bad in both scenarios, correct?
Yeah, and it's an eventuality
So then why wouldn't we be able to identify that it was bad in this particular scenario? You say this is not what I would expect from this God. So when in 1 Samuel 15:3 when he commands, right, Saul and his men to kill the Amalekites,
mhm.
right? Do you believe that they should have thought that that's not God, that's actually Satan?
No, like I said, it's if you have a history of walking with God and you have history with a consequence of one straying from God's command, and you have a people that have been walking with God, God has ordered a ton of things with those people, as far as wars, as far as consequences of sin, like we've seen a history of this. And so this is a people who have experienced supernatural things and also had direct connection with ancestors who have experienced supernatural things within close proximity. And so the commands to even wipe out a people, children, infants, whatever, in that time, completely different than like Joel Osteen coming up and telling me to kill a kid. Still,
Okay, so
real quick, I know you're gonna. It's still a tragic result of the fall, right? No, it's never good. The fact that these people are perishing, and I have no idea, at least if I'm back in that time, whether they're. I would assume that they're not connected to the God that I'm serving. It's a very tragic reality. That's why people lament. That's why you have like criers, for people to repent. This is a very bad thing that's happening, and anyone who reads it any other way, I would question their morality.
yeah, so Again, it seems like we don't necessarily have a standard to differentiate between who would be actually God versus who's not God,
Why not?
right? Because if you base it upon your own expectations for what's good, well, then that runs you into not expecting that God would kill these infants.
Well, it wouldn't be my expectations, would it? It
Yeah,
would
that's
be.
what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. Is that if you're basing it upon your expectations, well, you wouldn't expect God to do this. You wouldn't
It's not
expect
just my
God to allow
expectations, though.
for children to starve to death, given that you could have prevented it. You wouldn't expect a lot of these things that exist in the world today, given an all good being that created us.
What are my expectations based on, though? Just my
In that
feelings?
scenario, it would be based upon your own intuitions.
No, it would be based on the character that I see in Scripture of
So,
God.
but couldn't that be coming from Satan in the first place? Like, how do you know what's written in the Bible isn't from Satan rather than being from God?
How do I know who Satan is in the first place? It's from the
Uh,
Bible, right?
Again, when I'm saying Satan, I'm just giving like a metaphor for like some evil notion of a being that
But how
is
do I
trying to
know?
deceive you into believing that they're God when they're not truly.
Where do I get the concept of evil and Satan in the first place?
Yeah, so again, when
From
I'm
the
saying
Bible.
evil, I mean someone that is against your preferences, someone that's even against God's.
Once again, like against gods. Who? The God of the Bible?
No, not the God of the Bible, the being that created all of us.
You're presupposing
Right?
that
I
that's
don't
the
believe in this. I'm just again, I'm running the argument,
case.
right? Because you this is just possible. It's logically possible. Yet you believe that there's no reason to accept this. Right? So I'm showing that just because something's logically possible does not give you reason to accept it, even if that was true that it was logically possible.
Now, your initial question was talking about evil, right? How do I know it's Satan that's writing this Bible to me, right?
Yeah, how do you know it's not some being that's good that's just deceiving you?
If
That's not
if the
good.
being is good, why would it deceive me?
I said not good.
Oh, okay. Well, my concept of good comes from the Bible. So let's take the Bible out of the
I
equation.
don't think it does.
My
I think if
concept
the
of good.
Bible were deleted, you'd still have a concept of good.
Well, there's a thing of at least we'll see if that's the case, right? But I believe that my concept, right? I'm talking about the things that I believe come from the Bible. Now, if I hadn't read the Bible, I believe I still would have inclinations towards good and bad, but now we're also thinking about a world where the God of the Bible doesn't exist. And in my worldview, we don't really have a control for that. We don't have a control for a world that does not have God in existence. But we're just differing on worldview here.
Yeah, so you're just saying God's necessary. What's the contradiction with God not existing?
So it's hard to think about, let's say, if the Bible doesn't exist, right? The Bible is here, I believe, because God spoke to man, and we have a Bible. So if we take the Bible out of that, then we're trying to think of a world where either there is no God, and now we're operating where we have intuitions of good and bad, or we're operating where there is a God, but he doesn't give us a Bible. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so when we're talking about the Bible, right? You could actually say that this would be not expected given like an all-knowing, all-powerful God because they wouldn't leave it up to for that message to be unreliable going through humans, right? They would speak it into existence, right?
Why is that the
Otherwise.
case?
Well, because leaving it up to humans would corrupt the message.
Is that something that's okay or not okay? I mean, the
Yeah,
message is
wait,
corrupted,
why would
right?
they want their message to be corrupted? If they're trying to describe something to us, why would a perfect being want an imperfect message when they could have a perfect one?
Depends on who's creating the imperfection. If I'm standing before you and walking as, we believe, at least I believe God was in the Bible, I think that's a pretty perfect communication that I'm real. The imperfection kind of comes after the fact, right? Whether Adam and Eve communicated effectively to their children who God was, whether generations after that communicated effectively who God was. And then, of course, if I come down years after the fact, live a perfect life, and you kill me, one, I think that's a pretty clear indication that I'm
I'm just
God.
asking if you would want a perfect message or an imperfect message. Like you're not you're like dancing around my questions so hard,
No, I'm
bro.
not dancing. I'm saying that I think a perfect message was delivered. I agree. I personally would want a perfect message.
You think a perfect message was delivered by imperfect beings?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the
That's what you
perfect
just said because
message.
it went through humans.
No, I'm saying that the perfect message was delivered by God Himself when He was in front of Adam and Eve, walked with them,
Yeah,
and then
but the
also
message became imperfect through the context of relaying through humans. God should have spoke it into existence to keep it perfect, but instead God relayed it through humans, which made it imperfect because there was a medium of imperfection.
that's you imposing something on God. So if you're
What? What are you talking about?
you're saying God should have, so you have an eternal perspective now.
Because perfection is better than imperfection, correct?
Sure.
If perfection is better than imperfection, well, that would just be entailed that God would prefer a perfect message over an imperfect message. Okay? So
Yeah.
you have nothing that gets you around this.
I'm saying that the perfect message is God Himself right in front of you. Is that not a
No,
what's
because
better,
God was not
perfect?
right in front of me.
Well, that's
And
what you
when we say
don't
perfect
believe.
message, we mean what's transcribed in the book. Appreciate
Yeah,
the rose. Thank you so much. Not him existing there.
you're talking about a book, dude. So,
Yeah, he could have
but
spoke the book into existence.
that still would be a very imperfect kind of thing because we're thinking about interpretations of a book. Like you believe I exist, right?
Yeah.
If I tell you I'm wearing a green shirt, do you believe me?
I think it's likely. Yeah.
Would it be more perfect for me to show up in front of you wearing a green shirt, or for me to handwrite a book
Wait, now
perfectly?
we're just talking about what I desire. That's irrelevant when we're talking about what God desires here.
It's not irrelevant.
It is
You are in a
relevant.
place that's separate from me. If I'm to prove to you that I exist in a place that's separate from you, wouldn't it be perfect for me to show up in front of your face?
What? I don't know what you mean by perfect here because we're predicating it off of my values.
No, we're just saying I'm trying to prove to you that I exist from a place that you're not.
Is it more desirable for me to see you in front of me? No.
It's not more desirable for you to believe that I exist if I just pop up in front of you and say, "Hey, I'm the guy that was
I
talking to you."
don't know what you mean. When we're talking about desirable here, I'm talking about morality. This has nothing to do with morality. That's why it's a
No, you were
confusing
talking about a
example.
proof of God existing. You said, "Why would God create an imperfect, way for Him to prove He exists?"
Mm-hmm. God wants a perfect message. I'm just describing that
You're
God has a
assuming that.
desire.
I assume that too, but I'm saying you're
Wait,
assuming that.
wait, wait. If you already assumed that, then what was the issue?
The issue is, right, you're imposing something on God. I think that He gave a perfect message by you
Wait,
delivering.
wait. So then you're saying there's no flaws with the Bible?
No, I'm saying that the
Not a
perfect
single flaw
message.
with the Bible. I can show you the many translations
I'm
that have
saying no,
flaws.
I don't believe there are flaws. When I said no
There
to
are
was,
clearly flaws in the
calm
Bible.
down. What I said no to was
I'm
your
completely
question.
calm right now.
What I said no to was your question of are there flaws in the Bible? I believe there are flaws in the Bible. What I was saying is His perfect message.
So it's not a
Uh,
perfect message. If there are flaws, it's not a perfect message.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that the perfect message was Him appearing in front of people. I'm saying that the
So
creation.
God doesn't want the Bible?
What are you talking about? No, of course
So
not.
so God is not trying to give us a message through the Bible? So if he's trying to give us a message through the Bible, why wouldn't he want that particular message to be perfect? You just told me that it was imperfect, that there were flaws in the Bible. So you've just conceded, bro.
No, I didn't concede anything. You need to listen, slow down and listen to what I'm saying.
I did.
I'm saying that the perfect message was delivered twice. One, God walking with people, and then also Jesus. Well, I'm going to say more than twice, but I'm giving two examples. God walking with Adam and Eve, I believe that was very perfect as far as me appearing in front of you saying I'm wearing a green shirt. Jesus is a second example of a perfect message. I'm walking before you, I'm performing miracles, I die, I resurrect. Okay? Now, the Bible, both post Adam and Eve in the garden, both post Jesus walking, that is something that we believe is God inspired. But the writing of it and the interpretation of it and all of that, that's imperfect because of us. We are imperfect. Did you follow that?
No. I had no clue what you were trying to say there.
All right. Well, hey, I appreciate you taking some time. I don't know if you're listening to what I'm saying.
She confetti, thank you. I clearly listen to everything. I just don't know what you're saying there.
Is there anything I can clear up? Because
Appreciate the money gun. Thank you, Jay.
I do
Well,
have
I
to
don't.
go.
What was your point there? Like, what were you responding to as it relates to what I said?
We were talking past each other as far as what you thought I said was the perfect message.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Do you agree that the Bible is a message from God?
Sure.
Does God want that message to be perfect?
I don't believe so. I don't know about it. Him
Okay,
wanting.
so God prefers it to be imperfect over being perfect in His own view.
But now you're talking about his preference, right? I don't.
Yeah, I was talking about that from the beginning.
No, wants and preference are different things, right?
What the fuck is a want?
Want would be a desire.
What is a desire? A preference. Okay,
No,
so
a
like, what the
desire
hell
is
are you
not.
talking about?
A desire is not always a preference. These are two
Can you get
adjacent
what?
things.
Wait, give me a situation where that's distinct.
If I prefer something, it's preferring something over another thing, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
wanting something over another thing, but want is in that definition.
Wanting something over another thing. So it is wanting something. It is desiring something.
Want implies a longing, right?
He didn't. He
And
didn't realize. He didn't realize that he just ran himself right into the definition. Yes, it is. Like, what are you saying? You're just like specifically trying to ignore what I'm saying. It's right there.
No, so when you have a preference, it's basically, and no, we'll just define these things, define terms, okay? A greater liking for an alternative over another, okay? And you want me to define desire as well. A strong feeling or wanting something, wishing for something to happen. If God is all powerful, right, then his desires, what he does is exactly what he desires. As far as a preference, it's just like God
Do
desires.
you desire to do what you prefer?
What are you saying?
Do you desire to do what you prefer?
Yeah, of course, but
Okay, so then like
adjacent
that, none
definitions
of
are
this
different.
all gibberish generation is relevant.
No, it's not. So
No,
the
it's
same thing
irrelevant.
is God desiring none perish, right? Do you agree that that's at least something that the Bible communicates?
That God desires us to not perish.
Yeah, God desires none perish. Not that you agree that that's what he desires. Do you agree that that's something that the Bible communicates? That God desires none perish?
Sure.
Okay. So if that doesn't happen, right, are you saying that his plan is imperfect?
I'm not saying his plan is imperfect or anything. I'm just asking, is the
Okay.
message perfect? Because you already acknowledged that the Bible is God's message. The Bible is imperfect. Therefore, the message from God through the context of the Bible is imperfect because there was an imperfect medium of humans, right? And God prefers perfection over imperfection. So it just is logically entailed here that the Bible is not the Word of God.
You made a couple leaps, right? So you're saying that the Bible, the book that we have, needs to be perfect in order for the message of the Bible to be perfect.
Yes, from a perfect God, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't believe that that's necessarily the case.
And
Right.
why do you reject that?
Because the message of the Bible, right? If I write you familiar with the game of telephone, right? And there's a little bit of tiptoeing that I'm doing because I don't believe that the translation of the Bible was a game of telephone. But if I am truly wearing a green shirt, we'll use that example again, okay? And I tell somebody, hey, I want you to go to Parker's house and tell him that I'm wearing a green shirt. I write it down. I give this, I by my hand, write it down. And I say, hey, Parker, I'm wearing a green shirt. And then I give it to a friend. And a friend says, hey, Nate's wearing a green shirt. Now, I didn't write Nate, but the message is still the same, right? Gets to you, and you read the message, Nate's wearing a green shirt. That message, that inscription that you got is imperfect, or at least the document is imperfect because there's an error, right? I didn't originally write Nate, but I kind of misspoke. The general idea, the message that I'm wearing a green shirt is maintained.
Yeah, but you agree it's still not perfect.
Yeah, so the Bible itself, the book,
Saying that particular types of ideas are maintained is not saying that it's perfect. If
and
God prefers a perfect message, well, then we would expect no imperfections.
Not in the Bible. I would expect no imperfections in the person of Jesus, which is what we got.
No, we would expect no imperfections in the Word of God.
You're imposing that on the second piece of paper that I'm talking about. If I
Okay.
perfectly write
Is the Word of God perfect or imperfect?
It's imperfect.
Imperfect. Does God want the Word of God to be perfect or imperfect?
I don't believe he wants it to be imperfect.
You believe he wants it to be perfect, right?
As far as a want, right?
Okay, if he wants it to be perfect and it is imperfect, doesn't that tell you that this is not the word that he wanted?
No, once again,
Okay,
because of
so that's
you're
just what it
ignoring
logically follows, given what we just said. But
you're ignoring my examples. Okay, the perfect message was Jesus himself. It's in the person of Jesus. If I deliver that message just like I'm delivering it to my friend to give to you,
Eric, I think of the dollar. But message to who is the question? We already went over this, right? That's not that wasn't the message to me. That wasn't the message to you. That wasn't the message to anyone that was not alive at that time that met him. Okay, so that's not actually a perfect message by any means. Anyone else, and by any means, I mean I don't know what you're trying to argue here, right? Like I'm asking about the word itself.
yeah, and I already told you that the Bible, the book, is imperfect. There are plenty of errors, scribal errors, right? There are humans that are translating over
Does
time.
God want the Bible to be perfect?
Yeah, like I said, the want
If
is
he
fine.
wants it to be perfect, well then why would it be imperfect?
You're
If it's preserved word of God, it would be perfect. Like that's the point I'm
you're
making.
imposing that because he wants something to happen in his perfect plan, it will happen. Just like I
Yes,
said.
if he's trying to spread a message, and the Bible is your claim that he's trying to spread a message. So
Yeah,
if he's
but
trying to spread a message, well then yes, this is what would occur.
you're
That's what we're
assuming.
establishing here.
Hey, we're just having a conversation. It's okay. You're assuming that
Wait, or
if
why are you acting like I'm what?
because you just got riled up.
No,
Okay.
that was just a different tone of voice, bro.
Okay. I apologize. So
Okay.
so you're assuming that because God's perfect, everything that he creates, everything that happens after him needs to be perfect. Right?
No. If God is trying to give me and you a message, right?
Mhm.
It would be the case that that message he would want it to be perfect.
Sure.
If
And
he would want it to be perfect, and he is all powerful, given that nothing is restricting him from making this message perfect, the
Mhm.
message would be perfect.
Correct.
Now, could you give me what is restricting him from having the message be perfect?
Absolutely nothing.
So he can make the message perfect, but he chose not to?
No, he did choose to in the person of Jesus.
You agree that's not his only message, right? You agreed there's message through the Bible?
Yeah, it's definitely a message to the Bible.
So that message is he wants it to be perfect, right?
Sure.
Rather than being imperfect. You agree it's imperfect, right?
I believe that
And he
the
could have made it
books,
perfect.
I believe that the books that we have now, the Bible, are imperfect due to human writing and a bunch of different scribal errors. I believe that the Word of God was perfectly delivered to humans. But we got a bunch of people copying stuff, man. I believe that the message was preserved perfectly, right? I believe that. But I'm not here to say that the NIV or ESV that's in my drawer is perfect because humans are imperfect.
That's kind of the point that I'm making, is that God could have spoke it into existence rather than relying it upon humans to transcribe the Bible.
He could
And if
have.
he did that, and then his message would have been perfect. Given that God desires this, right, it would be expected that this would be the case if he is trying to transcribe a message through a book. Given that this is claiming to be the Word of God, I
Right
would
there,
say
what
it's
you said.
unexpected to be the Word of God.
But that's what you just said, right? So you said if his, and I'll paraphrase a little bit. If his only means of communicating his message was through a book, then yeah, we could assume that
No, if he wants to do it through a book,
if he
well, then
wants
it
to do
would
it through a
be
book.
perfect.
Right. And I still believe that it was perfectly communicated to those first writers. Well, what we have.
No, but that's not the only goal of the message. The goal of the message is not just to go to those writers. The message is meant to be given to all of us.
Says who?
That's the whole point of the Bible, right? The Bible is so that we could understand, right, the nature of God and plenty of other things. It's not just so that the writers could understand it.
Was it his intention then? Because you seem to have a better view on his intention than I do. Was his
Well, if you just have
intention?
any rational expectations, then yeah, you would
I,
be like he's giving everyone a message. Isn't that a claim of the New Testament, of the commandments, is to spread the word of the gospel
yeah, and I
to
think that.
everyone? So if everyone's meant to spread the word of the gospel, they're spreading the message of Jesus trying to save you, then that's
Mhm.
a message that's trying to get to you. It's trying to get to everyone in the chat. So you're going to sit here and claim that it's only for the people that are writing down the book. You already reject, right? And I think it's disingenuous at this point because you clearly understand that he is trying to give a message to me and you.
Mhm.
Like, be so real, bro.
No, what I'm saying is, I believe that the message has gotten through, just like my example of the green shirt, okay? The letter that you got, Nate's wearing a green shirt, is imperfect because I never wrote Nate. But the message that I'm wearing a green shirt got through to you. And I believe that God's message has been preserved, but there are obviously a couple errors, and so I would not call that book perfect.
But he wants the message to be perfect. That's what you're not understanding, bro.
How are you determining that God wants the
A
message?
perfect God wants perfect things.
How are you determining that?
They're perfect.
And also, how are you determining that the
A
one?
flawless being prefers flawless states of affairs.
Yes, but once again, there's another example, right? If he is to perfectly allow for humans to have, and I'll get into the free will conversation now, right? If we are to have perfect free will, then we should have the free will to screw up the message, right?
Again, if he's trying to give us a message, then it should not necessarily be up to the screwing of certain ones, right? It could be up to the screwing of everyone's once the message is given to you. Otherwise,
Say that again. Can you say that again?
yeah. So again, the message you're saying is corrupted by people
Yeah.
in the message is getting to you, rather than the message being chosen by you to be corrupted or not. You understand the difference between whether or not you accept the message versus otherwise? Ariana, I don't go to. I never went to USC.
I'm really not exactly following what. So let's delineate a little thing. Okay, there's a message. I'm wearing a green shirt. That's the gist of what I'm trying to get across. So the message of me being God, not me personally, obviously, but just me being God, me wanting you to repent, that is the message. But the vehicle, right? Whether it's the person of Jesus or the note that I write to my friend or the Bible, you're imposing that a perfect God needs that vehicle to be perfectly preserved through time. And I don't believe that that's necessary.
Again, the reason why I think it is because we are going to identify that a perfect being is going to desire perfect states,
Now,
right?
desire, right?
Which is
I
going to be
agree. Well, stop real quick. We can inch through this. I agree that his desire is that everything be perfect, and I believe everything will be made perfect in the end. But if he is to perfectly allow for free will in this world, then he's not. He's going to allow us to choose imperfection.
yeah. You're not understanding my point. This doesn't make it so that we can't choose that.
What I'm saying is, we have the choice to.
What did I just say to you?
What did I just say? What did you just say to me?
Yeah.
You're saying that I'm missing it. I can't really repeat it verbatim.
This doesn't make it so that you can't choose those things.
it, I mean, it's not really connected. It's just this doesn't make it so that I can't choose those things. Restate that.
You
What
just
is?
said it.
Just restate what you were trying to say.
You just said it.
If I just said it, then why did you ask me to repeat it? Did I
Repeat.
not?
You asked me to repeat it.
Okay.
Dude, well,
I think
Nathan, what the fuck are you doing?
we're just talking past each other because I don't know what I got wrong. At least that make you repeat. You're thinking that I didn't hear you. Why did you make me repeat what you said?
Because you clearly didn't respond to what I said.
Then I'm asking right now. Just restate it
I
if I
did
missed.
restate it, and then you just asked me to. Then you restated it back to me, and then you asked me to restate it again.
I'm just saying that I clearly missed what I missed, so I apologize. I'm just not trying to figuring out the bring the green shirt again. I appreciate that. If I missed something, I genuinely am not trying to disrespect you. I just don't know what I missed.
But you were saying it, like you said it, and then you were like, "I don't know what you're saying," when you just said what I said.
Okay, that's fine. I think like I said, I'm just missed what I missed. So I think that you're trying to impose that a perfect God needs everything in the chain to be perfect. I think that when we have free will, okay, he can still deliver a perfect message and have humans screw it up. I think that God can still desire that we transfer that message to other people perfectly, but in the fact that he gives us free will, he gives us the free will to relate that message imperfectly. God gives pastors the free will to be terrible to their congregants and to, take money from them and, be ridiculous with tithes. And that's a horrible reality of sin. But that doesn't mean that God is less perfect because his messengers are imperfect. I think it's a terrible reality that we chose that.
I never said God is imperfect because his messengers are imperfect. What I had
You're
said is that
saying,
because he chose to make the message through imperfect beings when he didn't have to,
Mhm.
is what demonstrates an imperfection, or demonstrates that this does not match up with what our expectations would be, given there being a perfect God that wants to demonstrate a perfect message.
In that explanation, you are saying that God is imperfect because he chose to relay his message to imperfect beings.
That's what would be entailed, which is why we would reject the notion that a perfect God led to these particular states,
Yeah, and
like the Bible.
that's what I'm saying. That's where we defer. I'm saying that I don't think that's necessary for a perfect God. So we just disagree. I think I
Yeah, but like I don't understand what your point is there because again, it would be given that a perfect God has perfect desires. Right? They desire perfect things. So
yes.
it's logically entailed given that you're saying God is perfect. If you want to sit there and dispute that and act like that's not true, I don't know how we can even say that what a perfect being would want then. Like what are you saying?
I could have perfect desires for my children to do anything, but if I give them free will, then they are free to choose what I don't desire.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's I'm talking about what the God chose, not what humans chose.
Yeah, God chose to perfectly reveal himself through the person of Jesus.
Yeah,
He
but
also
can you
chose,
perfectly
let me continue to talk. He also chose to perfectly reveal himself through his word. So I believe that the word, are you shaking your head? Just listen to me for a second.
I
I
did I
believe,
am.
I
That's why I'm
believe,
shaking my head and not talking over you.
yes, but you're emoting over me, and that communicates things as well.
Yeah, let me just
So,
stare at the wall like an AI.
all right, hopefully you're listening. So I believe that the word of God was perfectly communicated to humans, but over time, that stuff got messed up from humans. That's not a choice of God. That's a choice for us to inaccurately relay what he said. Just like me writing a note to you. And yes, I'm mentioning the green shirt again. Does that make sense?
No.
Well, I think
Explain.
we're
Can you
just
explain
gonna.
that again?
So I believe that God perfectly communicated who he was through the person of Jesus to people, okay? Performed works and all of that. I think that is a perfect message. I also believe that God perfectly communicated himself through humans to humans what his word was, all right? And I think that that was perfect. I think where it was imperfect was over time humans translated, related that message, did all of this other work, and what we have today, even though the message got through, the actual Bible itself has errors, and so it is imperfect in a sense. But that's not God's choosing. That's humans just
So the
who means
message
that
was
messed up?
imperfectly communicated.
No, we're at a certain point in the chain, correct? At a certain point, but
Okay.
I
So
believe
if it's
that to,
imperfectly communicated, right, that's why I'm saying God's choice there doesn't make sense. Because God would desire his message, his communication to be perfect. So
and
this is
what
the
I'm
point I'm
saying is,
making is that, again, this is not expected giving a perfect being. We would expect a perfect being to want a perfect communication. Given that we don't see a perfect communication, it tells us that there's likely not a perfect God with a perfect message here.
and what I'm saying is, I don't believe that that follows that a perfect God
And
needs
what's the
every
issue with
point,
it?
because you're assuming that every point in the chain needs to be perfect in order for that God to be perfect, or for the communicator to be perfect. I believe that he perfectly communicated the message the first time, and then everything after that, I don't believe that any imperfection on that chain means that the first communicator was imperfect.
Here, could he have communicated it better?
Could, of course, yeah, sure,
Yeah,
could.
that
He
means it's
could.
not perfect. Because there's nothing better than perfection. So if you
Okay,
could do
but
it better than this, then that's not perfection.
so from our viewpoint, right? I think that I might have done it differently, but I don't necessarily have the vantage point to say that the way he could have done it is any better. Let's say God is standing over in the sky and we could look up and see him every day. I had a conversation with another creator. Well, if you're gonna check out when I talk, all right. If
I
you see
literally,
God
I
every,
literally went like this, and like honestly, you're just being so ridiculous today, bro.
am I? Believe I'm just having a regular
Yeah,
conversation.
like I swear the people today are just like there's something wrong. Like I literally just went like this.
Yeah, it's body language, man. That's all. So if
I'm sorry. Let me not have any emotional response to anything. Let me just like sit here and not have any physical response because every response that I give to you, right, apparently is bad.
All right. If God could be in the sky and we could see him every day, right? Then some could argue that that puts a dampening on our free will to actually freely choose him. So I'm not at least going to get too deep into the free will conversation. But for me to say that I would have done things differently from my perspective, it it's kind of a dance where it's just like I don't really know how to impose something on a perfect being because I have an imperfect understanding of perfection and the plan that's over my head. So if you're assuming that a perfect God would do things in a certain way, I don't I don't really have a stance to really say how a perfect God would do things because I'm not perfect. Does that make sense?
No, right? That makes no sense at all because it is the case that a perfect being would entail to do perfect things,
I
right?
think that everything that
It's
God
entailed that they. Can I finish, please?
Sure.
It's entailed that they would want perfect things. You already established earlier in this conversation that God would want perfect things. And now you're muddying the waters by going back on that claim that you've already established. So the
I'm not
reason why we
saying
keep getting in a circular conversation here is because you're going back and forth upon things that you would consider God would do. You're saying, "Oh, God would do these things." Oh, now God, we don't know what God would do, right? Given that He's perfect, because I'm not perfect, I couldn't determine that. So is it that you can determine that, or is it that you can't determine it?
there are some things that I think that I would expect, right? If he's to communicate something, then I believe he would communicate it perfectly. But that doesn't mean that down the chain needs to be perfect. So I believe that whenever God
I don't know.
communicates,
I don't know what down the chain means.
down the chain means if I say something to you and you say something to your friend, you have good free will, right? If I create a being that has the will to choose to obey me and choose to disobey me, I can perfectly communicate something to you and I can tell you to go tell your friend. You have the free will to communicate that imperfectly, right?
Um, so I'm not talking about the communication after the point
Can you
because
answer
we're
that question
talking.
though?
Is the book what God wanted to relay,
Can you answer
or
my
did God
question
only
first?
want to relay to the people who are writing the Bible?
I will answer that. Can you answer my question first?
Clarify what your question was because I thought I was clarifying that with my questions here, but
If I'm a perfect being and I endow you with the free will to choose to obey me or disobey me, and I perfectly relay a message to you, can you choose to relay that message to someone else imperfectly?
Mm-hmm.
You can?
Yes.
All right. So I believe God perfectly communicated a message to people.
No, he didn't.
How do you know
He
that?
didn't perfectly communicate it to all of us.
I
Right?
didn't say all of
So,
us.
okay, so
I
when
said
God,
a people.
hey Nathan, we already established in this conversation that God wants to communicate that he wants to save us, to seek refuge in him, to me, to you, to everyone else. He's not just giving a message or communicating to the people who wrote the Bible. He's giving a message to us. So your point here is null. It makes no sense to bring this up when we've already established 3 or 4 times in this conversation the message is not only to the messengers like of God, like the people who wrote it down in the book, but it's also to us.
No, it's not no, because we were talking about you not knowing what I meant by down the chain, right? I'm going through the steps of God communicating his message. And I already made the distinction that God can perfectly desire something, but not impose a result because of him perfectly giving us free will. I said that God desire none perish. But obviously, if some perish, then he's giving us perfect free will to choose to obey him or choose to disobey him.
Wait, no, I'm not disputing that. God's trying to give a message to everyone.
Yeah.
Okay? Like that he wants to save us. Did God perfectly relay that message to everyone?
To everyone? No.
No. So God wants to do that. God didn't do it. God can do it, and God didn't do it. He instead did it imperfectly.
It's not that he did it imperfectly. He perfectly did it to a people. I believe that.
But he didn't perfectly do it for me. He didn't perfectly do it for you. He didn't perfectly do it for anyone in the chat.
Well, that's okay. That's not
okay. So, but he wants to give us a perfect message, and he can give us a perfect message, and then gave us an imperfect one.
I agree.
That means that to me, that means it's expected to not be the word of God.
No, I believe that he wants to give us a message, right? I don't believe that his desire is that everything about that message needs to be perfect, like the Bible. I don't believe that, or at least I'm not agreeing that God desires that every Bible we have be perfect. You're imposing that desire on God. I am just saying that God desires that we get a message.
All right, Nathan, is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
Hey, no, it's good. I appreciate the time, man.
All right.
W. Dean raid?
Terrible.
From man. You wanna co-host now?
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down.
Bet.
I'm down.
I'll join
Erica,
back
thank you
up.
for the $1. Thank you so much.
I'll join back up on my main account here in about 6 minutes.
Is that when you get it back?
Yeah. I'll hang out on here until then, though.
All right, let's get to the next person real quick, everyone. I've been getting really insufferable guests today, so.
Yeah, me too. I definitely have as well. I feel you there, man.
Yeah, no, it's been pretty excruciating.
I could tell, like, the vibe is funny in here right now.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Good lord, he's asleep.
Yeah, no, put that guy to sleep. Chat, I'm literally not off. That guy, like, literally, like, okay, in the conversation, I explained it multiple times. We laid it out with him. He accepted multiple arguments, then went back on them, like, multiple times in the argument.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Yeah, do you believe in the Christian God?
Of course.
Do you think that you would kill infants if God commanded you to do it?
Well, I'm not Jewish, so he wouldn't ask me to do so. He only communicates to Jews.
Okay. So you
That's
claim
a
that...
lie.
Yeah, like, wait,
Well,
can
who
you
else did he communicate to that wasn't a Jew? Paul was a half Jew.
Hey, man, does God answer your prayers?
I guess other than Jesus, though. Because
Does
Jesus
God
did
answer
speak
your
to the
prayers?
centurion. At times, yeah. Sometimes he doesn't.
So God does communicate with Christians?
Well, it's different because I'm speaking to God. He doesn't come to me with anything.
So the Holy Spirit isn't God?
Yeah, it is.
Just a
But the Holy
description. Thank you
Spirit.
so much.
actually,
Does the
it
Holy
works within you.
Spirit
He doesn't really
communicate?
talk to you the same way that Jesus would talk to you.
Wait, but he's still communicating things to you, right? So he does interact with you and communicate to you.
Okay, well, let's get to the point and stop talking about this.
What
So
do you mean get to the point? You just
I
realized that
wanna
you were
talk about
wrong and you
the
just
thing you got
decided
written
to
right there.
divert away
If
from
the
that.
Christian God commanded you to
this is
kill
the point.
infants, would you do it? I want to talk about that.
Would you do it?
Okay, so if I were a Jew and he told me to do so, yes.
You would?
Yes, because the Amalekites spent 300 years persecuting Israel. So, I mean, they were in a point
So that
here where-
justifies ethnically cleansing them?
Well, I mean, I have a question right now. Do you think Israel has the right to defend itself right now with Palestine?
Yeah,
'Cause-
and
because-
not carpet bomb women and children.
Well, I mean,
but
here's the
I
deal.
do
If
believe.
Hamas is gonna
Hey,
attack
can I
them and then
finish,
hide in-
please?
and then hide in
Hey, can I
hospitals.
finish, please?
I mean,
Can I
if
finish?
Hamas is
Or
going
do
to
I need to
attack them
mute
and then
you?
hide in hospitals
Do I need to mute you?
with women and children.
Yeah,
I mean, but-
and if Hamas was teleported into hospitals in the United States, would you be for bombing those hospitals?
Well, they wouldn't get into the United States hospitals.
Answer
because
the
we have
question. I'm
national
asking
security.
if they were teleported into the
So we're
United States.
so we're comparing apples to oranges here.
No. If they were teleported into the United States, right, would you be okay with carpet bombing them in the United States?
Okay, so let's create teleportation. Let's get Hamas teleported into our hospitals.
He doesn't
and then we'll
understand a
have-
hypothetical. Right?
Yeah,
All
because it's a
it
stupid
is that it's
hypothetical, because
logically
it wouldn't happen.
No, all it is that it's logically possible. It demonstrates something conceptually.
Okay, so let's
if
create
Hamas were
teleportation. Let's get
teleported,
Hamas into our hospitals and let's do this hypothetical then. But we don't have that technology,
Appreciate
so
the
that
handout,
can't
thank
be a
you.
serious hypothetical.
no, again, when you're saying that these things have to be probable in order for it to be relevant in the hypothetical, that's not true at all. In hypotheticals, we just need something that is conceptually
Okay,
possible.
well, if you have
Which
a-
in the
if you have
scenario,
a- if
stop
you have a
talking
race of
before I
people-
mute you. In this scenario, it's
Hey, Charlie.
conceptually possible. Okay? So again, if we were to, I can give you any other scenario. If it were to be the case that every single one of the Palestinians, instead of being Palestinians, were American citizens, would you be okay with killing all of those American citizens to kill Hamas members?
I didn't listen to a word you just said. You have to say it again.
Okay. So if every single one of the Palestinians were American citizens rather than
Right.
Palestinians, would you
Okay.
say that it is okay to kill all of those American citizens, to kill
Well,
Hamas
if-
members?
Well, if American citizens spent the last 75 years continuously attacking the same country, because
That's
they
not
didn't
what's
like their
happening.
existence.
After
Well, then what is-
Israel
well, then
didn't
give me-
ethnically cleanse Palestinians.
When did they do that?
The 750,000 Palestinians that got ethnically cleansed.
Well, I mean, when you have
1946.
terrorist groups that continuously attack your nation.
Wait.
you don't know that-
1946 that was happening.
In 1946, Israel didn't get their land back until
Do you know what the
1948.
Nakba is?
Israel didn't get their land back until
What's the
1948.
Nakba?
Excuse me?
What's the Nakba?
Well, you tell me what the Nakba is. I don't know what the Nakba is.
It's going to be relating to the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians.
Okay.
Okay.
Tell
So
me
if
what the Nakba is.
I just told you.
That's it? Just the ethnic cleaning of...
Yeah,
you don't
that's
have any-
what it's relating to.
Okay,
Yeah.
so tell me about this. Let's hear about it.
Like, what about it do you want to hear?
Okay, so I want to hear where Israel ethnically cleaned Palestinians.
In 1946, they ethnically
But they didn't.
cleansed
Okay, but they didn't get their land
750
back until 1948. So
They-
I don't understand.
I don't understand what this is relevant. Do you know what?
Well, I
the,
mean, I'm just
what
saying.
The
I mean,
1940.
just
Wait,
first
you
and
want to? So
foremost,
yeah. So
Samuel
in
is a Jewish.
so in,
is
nine, in
a Jewish
19
book.
in
That's
1946.
Old Testament. So the real question should be:
I'm
the Jewish
speaking.
God
I'm speaking.
commanded you to
I'm
kill infants, would you
speaking.
do
I'm
it?
speaking. In 1946, Israel ethnically cleansed 750,000 Palestinians. I understand that you're saying that they didn't get their land back until the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, but this absolutely doesn't address and/or counter the genocide of the 750,000 Palestinians. I'd also like to add here that I don't understand why you'd be defending the IDF in the slightest. As far as I'm concerned, with the ICC's chief prosecutor requesting arrest warrants for the Israeli prime minister and leading rights experts from the UN finding reasonable grounds for the idea that genocide is being committed in Gaza, there is absolutely no feasible defense of the IDF as we stand. In fact, the question that I often hear so proposed from like supporters of the IDF is, why would you support Hamas? I don't think we do, right? All we're
well, then how do you
saying
get
is
rid
that
of-
we condemn the genocide of innocent Palestinians, as
Well,
does
okay,
the
but
UN,
they
and
don't
as does
condemn Hamas.
the
Have they
international,
openly condemned
as does
Hamas?
the international, as does the International Criminal Court.
Okay, but have they ever openly condemned the terrorist organizations that continuously attack Israel?
Who's they?
Wait, yes.
Palestinians.
The Palestinians? I don't care.
Wait,
Who
wait,
cares?
wait.
So if they're not condemning
Wait,
terrorists,
wait,
and
wait,
they wanna
have,
let
wait,
these terrorists
have
operate
many.
within them, then obviously they're going to get attacked.
Wait. I don't think that you can. I think you can actually say that they have one, And two,
Okay.
I think it's also important to acknowledge, even if that wasn't the case, that wouldn't justify killing them.
I mean,
Right,
just
all that you're trying to do there when you're asking the question, do they support Hamas? Do the Palestinian people support Hamas? What you're implicitly trying to do here is reduce the value that we would associate with the lives of the Palestinians by attempting to demonize them in the sense that they would support
Okay,
Hamas.
then how come they don't cash
Wait,
in
I like
numbers
how
out?
he says that Israel has a right to defend themselves, but when Palestine wants to defend themselves, then it's an issue.
Well, you have to realize the only reason that Arabs seized the idea of Israel in the first place was due to religious conquest themselves. So I don't understand. Like there obviously was some ethnic cleansing in order to seize the land to begin with.
Wait, so do you think it would be justified for people to start? Wait, do you live in the U.S.?
Of course.
So would it be okay for people to start stealing your land because in the past, right, their land was stolen from their ancestors?
Don't
I appreciate the
confuse
dollar.
me with Amaga. I'm not. I don't agree with the history of the Western European.
Wait, so do you think that your land should be able to be seized by other people?
I
Like, they should just
actually
be able
think
to
we
take
need
your
to
land?
have. I think we actually need to have a better. How do I word this properly? I think we need to be more objective as it pertains to illegal immigrants and getting their citizenship.
No,
here
I'm
because of
asking,
the bad
dude, like
history.
this has nothing to do with it. I'm asking,
Well,
would it be
does, because
okay?
because-
Would it be
because
okay for
Latinos are-
indigenous people in America to come steal your land?
I mean, obviously, I defend it, but I mean, I wouldn't. I would understand why they want to come after it, but
Wait, I would understand, but that
Mhm.
doesn't mean it would make sense for someone to
listen,
be able
I
to
wasn't
steal my
around.
land,
I wasn't
right?
around when the Western European
Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much
in
for your
here
music.
doing the shit he was doing, but I don't agree with that at all. It's different with Israel though, because they are actually indigenous to that land.
Again, wait, so would you be okay with people who are indigenous taking your house?
Not, I would make a compromise there. I'd be okay with tax money and government programs going.
Wait,
to these
I
people.
would be okay with government programs doing that as well, but we're
to
saying taking of the
aid.
land, right? The same way that you're saying that it's okay for Israelis to go into this land and take it.
Well, it was already there as premature. It was that's their native land.
No.
Okay,
This
so
you're
whose
saying that
native
their
land?
ancestors. You're just saying that their ancestors are in this land, not these people particularly.
Well, it has religious connotation, and religion still
I don't
dominates
care.
the world today.
I don't
So
care if
obviously we're
religion.
atheists
I don't
here,
care if
but-
there's any religious connotation.
So
Well, then that's-
the only point that Parker's making here is that you obviously would not be okay and you would not find it justified for indigenous individuals to walk up to your door and command you to leave, as they would claim that the land is rightfully theirs to begin with.
Even though we agree
And-
there was a genocide, we agree that the land was
for that to
stolen. We
happen.
agree that the reason why Western Europeans are in this land in the first place, unjustified, disgusting, terrible. Even if we are to say that, which is true,
Yeah.
it is the case that we still think it's unjustified for people just to come in these lands and take this. But we should absolutely provide particular types of programs to ensure that people can
Right.
engage within this particular economy. So
Right,
again,
and-
you should
but
say that it would be justified.
same thing about
Listen, wait,
Palestinians.
hold on. It would be justified for Israelis to come and buy land consensually from Palestinians.
Okay.
But it would not be justified to forcefully expel them and ethnically cleanse them from the
Well,
land.
the Ottoman Empire
Okay?
fought on the wrong side.
That
of
is not
history and they lost.
justified.
Well, the Ottoman Empire fought on the wrong side of history and they lost.
Are
So
you
as far
able
as I'm
to
concerned,
respond to Parker's particular claims? And what happened to my claims about the ICC that you never touched on? What happened to my claims about the human rights?
Because when I
experts that
look
you
at the
never touched
situation,
on?
I'm
what
not
happened
really-
to
I'm not
Parker's
really up to
argument
date on
about
what's going
how
on in terms of
justified it
rights.
would
I
be
did
to
hear
unalive
about
these same
that, and I
people
am
if they were in
critical of
hospitals in the
Netanyahu, but
U.S.
at the
that you
same
never
time-
touched on? And now what's going on with Parker giving you an intuitive case why it is not justified for the Israeli individuals to steal the land of the Palestinians, even
Well,
if their
they're not
ancestors
stealing
had it
anything.
first.
Again, the Ottoman Empire lost that war. I mean, they seized the land from they bought the land from England. So England won the war, so that's their land. And they've been talking about getting Jews back into that land since like fucking the Treaty of Versailles. So this was something that they were trying to push for a long time.
Right, and as we have already said here, what we are drawing is a comparison between between this original claim in which like Native Americans would have to land in the U.S., but we'd still say it would like literally be unjustified in a vacuum for a Native American to walk up to my doorstep and be like, "This is my house because my ancestors owned this land first." But we would rather say things such as there should be government programs, there
Right.
should be like particular like forms of taxes given to them, and maybe even some land back in the context of federally owned land, right?
But the difference
when
is
we're
these
particular,
Latinos aren't committing terror attacks on our people
one second.
every, like,
Hey,
every
please
X
tell me
amount of
please
years.
tell me the terror attacks that the women and children of Gaza are committing on the Israeli people. Tell me.
Excuse me?
Tell me the terror attacks that the women and children of Gaza that are losing their lives and the
On
tens
October
of
7th,
thousands
when Hamas
are
decided to
committing
attack just
onto the
days
Israeli
after
That's not the
UN
women
meeting.
and children.
Okay, well, just days after the UN meeting, where literally like the financial leader of Arab Middle East flies into New York City to talk about creating
Sir,
peace
I
between
asked
these
you a
two
question.
nations. They
Stop
turn out a
pivoting.
few days later
I
and attack.
specifically
It's a slap
asked
in the
you.
face to
I
not only Saudi
specifically
Arabia,
asked
but the
you.
United
One
Nations.
second. Stop yapping. None of this means anything. I
Well, it
asked
means
you to
everything, 'cause this
demonstrate.
is why
Nope.
what's going on
Shut
is
up.
going on right
I'm
now.
asking you a direct question. I specifically asked you to demonstrate how the women and children that are being slaughtered in the tens of thousands in Gaza right now
Okay.
have committed terrorist attacks
Well,
onto
then
the
cast
Israeli
out the
people.
terrorists
Because
from
what you
from wherever
stop
these
talking.
locations are.
Stop.
if they-
I'm almost done. Stop talking. It's impossible for you to listen. And then you strawmanned my question by simply referring to Hamas, right? No, the individuals who committed this attack on October 7th were not the women and children being slaughtered
Right.
in Gaza by the tens of thousands.
But the people who were are hiding amongst them, and in order to get to them, unfortunately, that's their. I mean, the bad guy of this situation is Hamas.
Okay.
And there's just like it's challenging to get to the problem here, but
Here's
when they
the
hide
same
with-
question.
when they hide
If,
amongst
if these
regular
Hamas
citizens.
if these Hamas individuals were hiding amongst regular citizens in the context of the U.S., would the U.S. Government be justified in bombing schools, universities, hospitals, and churches in this attempt to eradicate the hidden terrorists?
Can you offer a better alternative to eradicating terrorism in Israel? Because this has been going on for 75 years now.
Well, I think there would be so many preferred alternatives,
Well,
but
can you
then
give
just
me one?
relentlessly bombing civilians, not even keeping track of the death toll of civilians as reported by members of the IDF, but then in secret they use the Hamas figures internally. But then secondly, I think that we would definitely agree that things such as covert teams of like what we might reference as Navy SEALs or Black Ops to actually go into those specific locations to eradicate the Hamas members while attempting to save the lives of the civilians. Because what I'm saying is if there was terrorists anywhere in the context of the US, we would absolutely not be justified in just bombing the schools, bombing the hospitals, and bombing the churches and forsaking the lives of innocent women and children to eradicate the terrorists. I mean, think about it this way. What policies do we see in the contexts of our local police forces? When someone robs a bank and keeps the innocent individuals in their hostage, what do the cops do? Do they go in there guns a-blazing, just killing innocent women and children to unalive the robber? Or do they stand outside, try to talk them down, and try literally anything else before they go in with their guns up?
Well, at the end of the day, this still is a sporadic like this is a sporadic response from Israel. But again, this is 75 years, so these
It's a
people are gonna
genocidal
continue to-
response from Israel. At
because
least
they
that's
have
what
been
the UN
attacking
rights
for
experts
over-
say.
for
That's what the
nearly
ICC
100 years,
says.
These people have been attacking Israel.
Tell me how you feel about the international courts, the international criminal court's chief prosecutor requesting arrest warrants for the Israeli prime minister.
Obviously, the rebuttal is gonna be controversial. But I mean, you have to end this situation one way or another. It's gonna keep happening.
I don't understand how this addressed my question. Tell me how you feel about the International Criminal Court's chief prosecutor requesting arrest warrants for Israel's prime minister.
Okay, so I am very critical of Netanyahu and his handling of the situation, and again, this is a tough situation, but it's just like I'm just trying to use this to justify if Jews have the right to defend themselves the same way they did with the Amalekites, but.
You're okay. I want to say that you're dead wrong in assuming. Okay, first of all, you can't even respond, right? Crazy pivot. You
Again,
can't
because
stop.
it's a tricky situation. It's
do
not
you
one
actually
can really
think?
have an
Do you
answer
actually think that this quote unquote war started on October 7th? Do you actually
No, it absolutely
think that?
didn't. It started in
1946 with the genocide of 750,000 innocent Palestinians. That's all I got to say.
Okay, well then how many Israelis died in terror attacks? Because we can say that that's a genocide too.
So, would you like to go ahead and demonstrate to me one singular rights expert from any credible committee in which would condemn the Palestinian people for specifically having genocidal concerns against Israeli
Didn't
people?
they elect
Would you
Hamas
like to
into-
tell me
into
what the
power, or-
Israel civilian death counts are in comparison to the Palestinian death counts? Could you please explain to me where Hamas dropped leaflets on innocent Israelis, told them to go to areas, then just bomb them all? Could you please demonstrate to me how Hamas is strategically cutting off food routes and access this to starve innocent Israelis? Can you please name one school, one church, one hospitals that Hamas has bombed unaliving innocent Israelis? No, you can't. Well, then how can
This
you
is
even
just a negative
propose
effect
the
of a
idea?
war.
One second.
This is
Then
just a
how
negative
can you
effect
even
of a war.
propose the idea that Hamas is committing genocide when all of these things are false about Hamas and their actions? But don't
What is false
confuse
about
me
Hamas
for
and their
condoning
actions?
them. I think what they're doing is bad, and at least I have the balls to admit that. But you can't say shit when it comes to the IDF because all you care about is being pacifist and apologetic towards their genocidal commands onto the Palestinian people.
I wouldn't call myself a pacifist. I would just say I want peace between these two nations, but it's unable to happen if Hamas is going to continuously attack this nation.
Is ethnic cleansing ever okay?
I mean, if you're going to get somebody to stop fucking with you.
So you do think ethnic cleansing is okay sometimes?
If we're 100 years in and this problem's still not going away and you continuously are getting attacked, I mean, again, ethnic cleansing, I would not go there. But Israel wants peace between these two nations. It's Hamas that's not.
Wait, so the ethnic cleansing wouldn't be justified, right?
Again, I guess only if God told me to. But
okay, so did God tell you to ethnically
absolutely
cleanse the
not, because I'm not
Palestinians?
Jewish, so he wouldn't say that.
No, did God tell anyone to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians?
I mean, he fucking told them to fucking ethnically cleanse the Amalekites, so I assume that we're just going based off of his judgment there, right?
No, I'm asking you because you think in this scenario the ethnic cleansing that Israel engaged in, right, towards
Well,
Palestine.
stop
you think
saying
that's
ethnic
justified?
cleansing because there's still in Rafah.
That's not. Don't stop saying it.
They're
That's
still
what
in
happened.
Rafah.
I'm going to come
They're
back on my
still in
main
Rafah.
account. I'll be right back.
No, you can't deny ethnic cleansing.
I'll be back on my main.
All right, see you, man.
So how would you approach this situation? That would be.
Are you denying the ethnic cleansing?
I'm not denying it. I'm saying that again. I am critical of Netanyahu. I can't completely defend Israel's actions, but what do you do in this situation?
You don't ethnically cleanse Palestinians.
So how do you
right?
handle
that's
the
one thing.
situation the proper way?
So again, if it were in the United States, right, you would.
Okay, but it's not in the United States.
I'm
so how
just
do you
giving
handle
an
this situation with a
Hey,
given
it's
asset?
called a fucking analogy. Be
Well,
quiet.
I don't want an analogy.
Sit down and be quiet. Stop barking. Stop barking. Be quiet.
Okay.
Sit down, bro. Like, fuck off, bro. I'm literally trying to explain it to you, and you're there like fucking barking the entire time. Like,
You're using
be quiet.
an analogy. I don't want an
Be quiet.
analogy.
I'm giving you an analogy to demonstrate
just want to
something.
know what you would do.
Hey,
but I don't
buddy,
want an
I'm
analogy.
giving you an analogy to demonstrate something to you conceptually. I understand you can't use your brain to be able to get that, but I'm fucking trying to describe it to you right now. How? Tell me the way you'd like me to describe it to you. Please give me the way.
I just want you to tell me what you would do with the given assets right now, how you would approach the situation differently than fucking Netanyahu is.
Yeah,
With no
I wouldn't bomb people.
I like the
wouldn't-
other guy's thing where he said the fucking Navy SEAL team. But again, if we tried doing something like that in that leak, that would fucking start an actual international uproar if the United States got
Did you
involved.
say something along the lines of the idea that Israel wants peace, Hamas wants war?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a questions. Question: since October 7th, how many proposals has Hamas sent Israel indicating a ceasefire?
You tell me.
6. How many
Okay.
proposals has Israel sent Hamas?
Have they fully? But have they fully surrendered? I understand a ceasefire, but have they fully surrendered?
Yes, they would be willing to let all the hostages go. That was indicated in the
Okay,
fourth
but
or
would they
fifth
fully
proposal.
surrender? As in,
Hey,
not, as in,
Hey,
vow to not fucking
let me
attack again, like 6 years
finish.
from now?
Let me. I don't know the specifics. That's obviously probably implied.
Okay, so
now
then
let
we
me
can't take that seriously.
let stop talking. Let me ask you this question. So you said that Hamas has sent 6 different proposals to the IDF trying to end the war. How many proposals has the IDF sent Hamas trying to end the war?
Do 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 do. Now he left.
He left.
Now.
The answer was 0, by the way, guys.
I think they've sent one.
That must be new. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it is. It is newer. They sent one, but it's like with so many other like fucking things. And it's like, bro, if they actually wanted a ceasefire, bro, they would have literally accepted the ones that have been set up at the 1968 borders. Like, what?
For real. We got a runner. By the way, guys, everyone, you should go counter all the Brooks people in my comment section on the video I posted before I went live.
So brutal. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, they're lagging a lot. Camila, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
W.
Yo, what's up?
Camila.
How old are you?
Yo, what's up? 40.
Yeah, do you believe in the Christian God?
Yes, I believe in the Jewish God. I'm Jewish Israeli.
So you don't believe in the Christian God?
I don't believe that Jesus was a God, but is this what it is? I wanted to
Do you
debate
believe in
about
the God of the Old Testament?
Yeah, I believe in the Old
Okay, so
Testament.
if God commanded you to kill infants, would you do it?
If God commanded me to kill infants, oh, that's a tough one. I don't know. I don't think I would, bro.
Okay, so then you would disobey God?
God wouldn't command me to do something that I wouldn't be able to handle. So I don't.
For,
Think, I mean, I'm personally, I'm not the right person. If you ask somebody else, I'm sure they would do it. But I'm not a person that could.
do you
see
think
blood.
it would be good for them to kill the infants if God commanded them?
Well, anything God commands is good.
So, okay. Anything, right?
Anything God commands. Because, I mean, if you believe in God, you got to believe with everything you have. It's either you believe or don't. And if you believe in God, you believe that He's all good and He stands for good and is here to, help you defeat evil that we have around us, as you can clearly see. So, if you want to, I mean, He's not going to put you in for anything that you won't be able to handle. So I think, if God asked you to do something like that, He would know what He's doing, and yeah, you should abide by that. But how many times has that happened in history? I mean, it happened back in the
Dean,
day.
do you know what he's saying? I actually don't know what he's saying right now.
No, I don't either. Yes or no? Would you do it?
I wouldn't do it personally. No.
He said he wouldn't do it, but like he's saying that like other people. I'm asking if you would think it's good if other people did it, if God commanded it.
If God commanded, yes, as I said. I mean, yes, everything that God commands you is only for the good, right?
Good,
If you
yeah.
believe in
So,
God.
okay, so, you're saying it's good. Okay, so then, my question is, do you think ethnic cleansing is ever good?
Of course not.
Okay, well, God in 1 Samuel 15:3 commands the ethnic cleansing of the Amalekites. Do you think that was good?
Amalekites, yes, and the Amalekites, yes, 100%.
You think it was good to ethnically cleanse the Amalekites?
Yes.
Why?
They were evil. Because they were evil. They were just
But
bad.
but even the infants?
You know what God says? It's, I don't
Wait,
know how
answer
to
my
say
question.
this.
Even the infants?
Well, even the infants, if they have Amalekites in them, then yes, 100%. Because you know what? That infant will come one day and want to unalive me. And it does say in the Torah that if anybody wakes up to do you any harm, you have the full right to protect yourself and do whatever it takes to protect yourself. And even if it's you have to do what you have to do, if you have to unalive
Wait, so
me,
why didn't God command people to kill Hitler when he was a baby?
well, God didn't expose Himself back then, but He already gave you the rules. He already gave you the book. He already told you what to do. So He doesn't
If
have
God
to
commanded you to kill the Amalekites to prevent you from being killed, why didn't He
He
command
did.
the killing
He
of
did.
Hitler?
Of course, He commanded it. He commanded in the
So
book.
why
It
didn't He
was
command the
commanded.
killing of Hitler?
It was commanded in the book.
No,
When
the
it
book
tells
does
you,
not
yes,
command the
it
killing of
says,
Hitler.
"Ashkem leocha, ashkem leogo." Anybody tries to harm you, you can go and retaliate and do what you have to do. If it's already written in the book, then that's your book of law. That's what
I
you got
feel
to
like he's
abide
just
with.
not understanding my question.
I mean, he didn't come in and tell you, okay, do it, and physically tell you, and something like that. But he did command it in the book, and you're supposed to go by the book, right?
I can't do the guest today, bro. I actually, bro, Dean, I can't.
I'm kind of tuning him out because I'm not really like following anything that he's saying here.
Why? It doesn't suit your narrative or what? I mean,
No,
what
Adam,
do
you
want
just
me to
don't make
say,
any
bro?
goddamn sense.
What is it not to make sense? You asked me if I would do it, and I told you if anything that God commands, it's something that you should do if you believe in God. God wouldn't command you to do something that is not good.
So do you
and
think
then
that God lives by a certain set of rules, or just like God doesn't live by any rules? Anything He commands is good.
Well, every rule that He has is a good rule. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you believe in God.
So if whatever God does is good,
That's,
hey man, if
I
whatever
didn't come
God,
in. I mean, I saw you guys talking about Palestine, and I wanted to come in.
Hey,
and I
Adam.
heard, and you had some.
you gotta let me
questions.
be able to finish,
Yeah.
man. So if whatever
go.
God, if whatever God does is good, does this mean that God could revoke all of our free will and make us only do good things, and this would be good?
No, because how would you know if something is good unless you experience bad? They can't be good without evil. They can't
Well,
be.
I didn't ask you if we would know it's good. I'm asking you, if God were to do this, would God be doing a good thing?
No, because you have your
So
freedom
God
of
would
will.
not be doing a bad. So God can do bad things?
No, he gives you, the freedom to do what you want to do. He tells you what you're supposed to do.
So
You
you're
have
kind of
the choice.
contradicting yourself here now, man.
I'm not. Why?
You
He
said
gives you the freedom
anything
of
that
free
God
will.
commands is good. You said there's no
Yes.
rules or restrictions on God's will. It just so happens to be the case it's always good.
No. You flipping it. Listen.
So
I
do you
said
think
that
there is
everything.
rules and restrictions on God's will?
Yes, there are, but it's not physical rules and restrictions. You have the free will to do what you want.
I don't
Here
see how
are
this
my
correlates to free will.
rules. Why not? He gave you the free will to do what you want.
Because
but here are my rules.
I'm asking you if God is descriptively good in the sense that
It's
if
like,
God doesn't,
take it like
I
a
just got a
democratic
violation
country.
for harassment and bullying. I'm literally not even talking, bro.
dude, this guy can't track Barger.
I can't what?
L violation. You okay? So Adam, I'm asking.
I'm cool just to go on to the next person. Bro, it's been all of today, bro. I can't, man. My brain hurts, chat. It's getting bad. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, do you believe in the Christian God?
Yeah, I do.
If God commanded you to kill infants, would you do it?
Well, I have to live by the Bible because I'm Southern 100%, and it's the way I look at it. You got to get rid of your enemy. And to get rid of your enemy, it says in there, bash babies against the rock, which I wouldn't do that personally, but you really have to do that or they're going to come back for you. Just like Adam said, the previous guy before you, he understood that, or they're going to come back for you. In order to get a good race that is good with God, you got to do what God says.
Wait, I have a question.
Yes.
Could God have just teleported these babies to a different point in history, insofar as they wouldn't have acted the same way?
I'm sure he does if they had to leave existence as it
But
is now.
he commanded them to be killed. That's the whole point of us talking about this, is that him in 1 Samuel 15:3 commands the Amalekites to be ethnically cleansed. He commands for them to put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys.
Repeat that again. I didn't quite catch that. Say it again.
Yeah, he commands them specifically in 1 Samuel 15:3 to put to death men and women, children and infants, camel and sheep, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. I can't speak.
Yeah. Well, all things have got to come to an end one way or another for something else to sprout out better. You got to get rid of the bad to have the good. So if God commands it, and if you believe in God, you got to live by God's rules because He is the rule maker. He is the one that makes all rules of the universe. So
why didn't God command the killing of the Nazis then?
Yeah.
Well, then the Nazis should have died, and they did.
No, but if God commands the killing of Amalekites because it keeps us safe, why doesn't God command the killing of the Nazis or of any other group of?
Well, He
people?
does. We just take them out slowly. You know what I'm saying? It don't happen overnight. It takes time for these things to happen, for a change.
Well, it happened overnight with the Noah's Ark and the Amalekites and.
Yeah, so here's my question. When God commanded the killing of these innocent Amalekites, did he take away their free will?
I really don't know. I can't answer that.
Okay, so you're agnostic on if he took away their free will or not. So I guess my question would be to you, well then why can't God just have unalived baby Hitler? Because it's possible that he could have done so without taking away baby Hitler's
then we
free will.
wouldn't be here commenting today and relating to all the facts that we know if he just got rid of it like that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so you're saying that God had good reason to like allow baby Hitler to live and to allow for the
Okay, how did
Holocaust?
you learn from this if that wasn't there as history for you to learn from?
Yeah, we wouldn't have learned for it. So yeah, you're just saying that the Holocaust should have occurred and that there was good reason for it to occur. That
No,
being that
there's
we have
no
learned
good
from our
reason for
mistakes.
anyone to die. There's no reason,
Okay,
really.
so then any
if
attempt of
you,
yours, then
but
any
if you
attempt of
believe
yours
in
to
God
justify
and
why
believe
God
in the
didn't do
book
that.
and you believe in all this, I'm sorry to interrupt you, man, but if you believe in all things that good and you live by God, you don't ask questions. You just do it because that's the way it is.
You got a
Now, if
computer
you
on you?
don't believe in God or anything like that, you just go on and live your life.
You got a computer on you?
I'm not. I'm just looking at my phone, dude.
I got you. I'm gonna go and look up a word, and I want to see if you might be able to tell me the definition before I read it off. Do you know what the definition of indoctrination is?
Won't you tell it to me?
The process
So
of
I can
teaching
be.
a person or group to accept a set of beliefs uncritically. So, and the reason that I bring this definition up is because, well, you specifically said in response to like Parker and I's argument that as a Christian, you are not to ask questions. In other words, you are not to be critical of your own beliefs. And I just think it is so damn harmful to you, to the world, to everyone, to just basically accept these rational beliefs without any question or critical thought that, definitely lead to very Amalekites really did happen, but God wasn't real, and people just use that as their justification.
Well,
You
back to
know?
what you said earlier is it's all based on faith, man. If
Is
you're a
faith a
Christian
reliable standard
believer,
of
it's
telling us
all
what's
based
true and
on
false?
faith. Do what now?
I have faith that the Christian God doesn't exist. So if it's all based on faith, am I justified in being an atheist?
Well, yeah, but I mean, everybody's got their right to their own opinion. You know, everybody's got their own belief. And hey, I'm just happy to get out here to speak to y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, why can't we just all be cool and shit and say fuck all that? I'm sorry. I mean, screw all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're good.
And
Don't
just
worry.
be happy and live. You know what? There's nothing wrong with loving, being peaceful with each other. We ain't got to argue about all this crap. You know, there ain't nobody's got to be more intelligent than the other, and
if
there
I'm
ain't no book
justified-
going to rule nobody.
Wait. Before we go into this, the whole point of us saying this is and talking about this is because we believe Christianity isn't really that loving. Like the more that you like look into it, and I understand that's your thought about it, and I mean that was my thought about it. I grew up Christian. Dean grew up Christian, right? We
Right.
we know that you want to just like be a loving person. That's why we think that these hypotheticals will work on you. We wouldn't even think that these hypotheticals would work on you if you weren't a loving person.
Right.
Okay, well, Dean, you can go for it.
Hey man, hey, I want to hear I want to hear some more of y'all's crap. You know what I'm saying? I'm just sitting here getting high as hell and enjoying a good day, and let's party and talk about this crap. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it out.
You know what, Jim? W you,
You're
bro.
pretty decent.
W.
Yeah, Jim's
Go
pretty
go
decent.
for it, Dean. You got your point. Let me join him. I forgot. That's why his name is Jim 420.
Yeah, Jim 420. Jim 420.
Damn right, man. I'm down with all.
Hey man, if I'm justified in being an atheist, then wouldn't it be unjustified for God to send me to hell?
Dude, I love you whether you atheist, devil, I don't give a shit what you are. You're a human being in my eyes. And that's my God given right there is just love everybody. You know what I'm saying?
You know what, Jim? I don't got anything more for you, sir.
No, Jim. I think we like you. I'm gonna follow you, Jim.
All right, dude.
You're awesome, Jim.
I appreciate that.
Appreciate
you know,
that.
I'm 54 years old and shit, and I experienced a lot of stuff in my life. And let me tell you what, man, y'all young guys, y'all know a lot of shit, and you really try to do the right thing and stuff. And I really believe you are by putting your word out there and shit. And I don't know how I'm supposed to cuss or whatever on TikTok or whatever, but like I said, I'm high as hell, man. I'm enjoying this.
all right, Jim. I appreciate you coming up, man.
Continue on with your day,
It's
brother.
4:20 somewhere, man. You know how people say it's 5 o'clock somewhere? It's 4:20 somewhere.
It's 4:20 somewhere. What a guy. What a guy. What a guy.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
5 o'clock somewhere. What a cool guest. What a cool guy. Yo, we're
guy,
moving on
cool
to our next
guy.
guest. If you want to support either Parker or myself, Parker has his Venmo and his Cash App in his bio. I have my Venmo and my PayPal in my bio. Feel free to support us, ladies and gentlemen.
Should I change the background?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like what background should I do?
It's your call. That lesbian topic been running numbers.
Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much.
Uh-oh, Parker got a phone call, it looks like? I don't know.
No, I'm still here. I'm just trying to find my other topic. Oh shit, I don't think I have it on here.
The people, let's see, someone said abortion. Hey, in the meantime, what's up, Mac? Do you,
Hi. What'd you say? Sorry.
do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I am a lesbian.
Yo,
That
W?
caught me off guard, sorry.
W? W?
W? Yo, people love the Trump topic. I'm surprised. Look at that.
Yeah, people do love the Trump topic. We're gonna be doing that tomorrow, chat. Dude, I love the Trump topic. I love talking about politics.
I don't, because people just squirm their way out of issues with random, like, empirics.
Yeah.
Lindsay, thank you for the $6.66 on Venmo. I love you.
W. Lindsay?
Thank you, Lindsay.
Yo, Christina, thank you for the $5. And Lindsay, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much.
When you getting off tonight, man?
Probably here in the next 30 minutes. My girlfriend's here. She's just taking a shower.
Ah.
Tomorrow I should be on for a little longer.
Yo.
Yo, it's a how old are you?
26.
Yeah, do you think that being lesbian is wrong or immoral?
Oh, I was on here for the Christian guy, not for this one.
Okay, for sure. Appreciate you though.
I mean, Christians, you could just say that your Bible says it's wrong to be a lesbian. We could just talk about the same shit.
Yeah, I don't want to have to explain all that. Yo, it's a how old are you? If he doesn't think it's wrong, there's no reason for me to
For real, it's like, it's not that we want people
bring
to
that
think
up
it's
to him,
wrong.
you know?
Good point.
How old are you?
Hey, how's it going, Parker? I'm 52.
Yeah, do you think that being lesbian is wrong or immoral?
Yeah. Yeah, I pretty much do.
Why so?
Probably for religious beliefs more than anything.
Yeah, so how do you know that your religion is accurate to then say that being lesbian is wrong because your religion is accurate?
Well, that kind of tends to be a problem because anybody that's truly a Christian religion, we don't have any kind of empirical proof behind all that. It's more of a belief.
So if it's just a belief, well then it sounds like there's nothing establishing that claim. Isn't that kind of similar to like someone believing that there's like reptilians underground that control everything with no evidence?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's people, the conspiracy theorists, people believe that.
Yeah, but like I mean are you saying that their view is just as valid as yours?
Well, I mean, like I said, we don't have like, whenever anybody that's a non-Christian or non-religious wants us to prove our religion and prove that it's truthful and it's we unfortunately, if we want to be completely honest with everybody, we can't do that. We don't have any empirical evidence to prove our religion.
And I mean, I would know that you wouldn't have any empirical evidence. I mean, even rational evidence, I don't think that we'd be able to come up with that either. So, like, if we don't have any evidence, well, then this belief is just as valid as the people who believe that reptilians are on the ground controlling every aspect of our society.
I mean, like, unfortunately, yeah, because like they wouldn't have any empirical evidence to prove that either. So it kind of does kind of fit in the same box, but I don't know. We have the Bible, and from what I know, the Bible has not scientifically been proven to be a false book. They haven't been able to do that. So.
I mean,
I
go for it, Dean.
disagree. I disagree big time.
Yeah, we can dispute this. Like, I mean, there's no geological evidence supporting the idea that there was a global flood, right, at that particular time period.
Yeah, then like Genesis talks about a firmament over the earth. Like this is going to be incorrect given like our scientific knowledge. Same thing could be said about like the creationism story in Genesis 1, 2, and 3. Like the genealogy is laid out in Genesis 2 and 3 from Adam to Noah. Then the genealogy from Noah to Jesus is about 4,000 years of humans. Then from Jesus to us is another 2,000. So this would mean that humans were first on the earth 6,000 years ago, but we have artifacts from humans over 45,000 years ago. So there definitely is advancements in our like scientific understanding of the world around us that would definitely contradict the teachings of the Bible.
Sure, you know, but like especially from what I know, they still have not really disproved.
Jim got a violation now.
Oh.
I was like, Jim's not even on the panel.
They do that, bro. They be doing that shit.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of the lives today and for the last couple of days, and I'm kind of skittish about being up here because like they're just banana in like everybody. So it's kind of like getting a little scary.
Feel you there, brother.
But no, well, that would kind of go back to, like, does God exist and like, is God real and everything? Because like in my belief, he does, and he created everything. But the debate would go back to, you know, in my belief, I believe that God lives outside of our time and our space. And so we cannot limit him to our time and our space. You know, he can move back and forth in and out of our time and space. That's just my belief. So because he's God, he's all powerful, he can do what he wants. So
what does that respond to about the contradictions we poked out? We poked in between like our scientific understanding of the world and the scripture?
Well, I mean, like, basically, if my opinion is correct, then God could have made something appear to be 40 million years old, but he created it yesterday. Why wouldn't he be allowed to do that? He's all powerful. He can do what he wants.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a logical possibility. I like your train of thought, but you know, what's the difference between this very like fringe, unlikely, but logically possible response to artifacts we have from humans dating back 45,000 years old, and some skeptical theory that we are all just brains in a vat, and our like reality as we understand it to be is nothing more than a mere illusion? Right? Because both of those things seem logically possible.
And that would be correct too, because it's difficult for someone like me because I don't just totally dismiss all of science either. I believe that creationism and evolutionism and everything can actually get along. There's truths in both of them. So
I have a question. What explanation do you think is more probable? So we're trying to explain an artifact that was made by humans 45,000 years ago. And we're going to be trying to explain that artifact, okay? The first explanation is that humans existed 45,000 years ago. The second explanation is we have a God that created humans 6,000 years ago, but we're just going to assume that this God is all-powerful, and then we're also going to assume that the God made this artifact, and we're going to assume that this artifact was intentionally dated back to seem like it was 45,000 years old by that God. We're also going to assume that that God is all good, so therefore we have to assume that the God had good reasons for making this fake artifact dating back 45,000 years old. So therefore we also have to assume that in some way, one shape or another, this is going to lead to some greater good or good outcome. But we'd also have to assume that we don't know this greater good or good outcome, because the only outcome that this seems to yield is the assumption that the Bible is historically and scientifically inaccurate. Like, I think it's abundantly clear which one of those explanations is more probable to occur.
yeah, and I can see that like to non-believers, but like that, you know, all those assumptions are kind of will go away to a believer in the Christian religion. You know, it's just like it's one of the things that we have a kind of a problem with, like, is like if atheists or agnostic people have a problem with believing that God is real, then why are you trying to rely on God for answers, you know, if you don't even believe in him in the first place, you know, because that's just not really going to work. It's not going to work out. why even bring up God in the first place if you don't believe in him? What's the point?
People who believe in it impact the society that I live in. So it's important to talk about this because it's a very foundational point where a lot of people aren't critical on. It's like acceptable to not be critical on this point, and people defend not being critical on this point. And I think not being critical on this point produces a greater amount of a lack of critical thought across all of society. So I talk about this because of the domino impact that it has on many of our other beliefs, and many of the people that I end up debating, their entire views are influenced by this. So it's like, obviously I think it's important to have like very good responses to these particular types of arguments when they're so prevalent in our society.
Yeah, and I can see that, because that's definitely, I agree with that, 100%. It can go into a dangerous area very, very quickly. And it has in history, but I don't know. It's just kind of interesting, that because that is a good point that could happen. But like, is that the only thing that the atheists are? Because a lot of I don't know how other people feel, but like whenever I see like a subject that says, prove, this, that, or the other, and I don't know how disingenuous that really is because, like I said before, the questioning is kind of disingenuous and wrong because we can't. It is impossible because we do not have empirical evidence to prove this. So why are you asking us to do it?
Because it's relevant. Because you require it for every other belief. You wouldn't think it's justified for me to believe that you're accountable, right?
Correct.
But yet that didn't require any empirical evidence, and yet I still believed it. Like you see, like I think it's ridiculous, right? You'd be like, oh, obviously you have no evidence of that, right? You couldn't claim and accuse someone of anything, right? If you have no evidence, right, there's really no reason to believe that. Eduardo, I appreciate the $6.66. Thank you.
Yeah, and I mean, like I can see that too. It's just it's kind of interesting because there's a lot of younger Christians that haven't been in the religion for very long, and they will get trapped in this because they might think that they can try to prove it, but if you want to be 100% honest, we can't. There's no way. It's impossible. We can't prove any of this. But they can try, and we can try.
Okay, well then you shouldn't believe it because you don't have good reason to. You have no evidence. You're just as likely to follow the devil as you are to follow your own notion of God. So you don't even know if this isn't mythology. People believing in mythology is just as justified as you. People believing that Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty created the universe that we live in is just as justified as a worldview as you. We're just powering Rick's flying machine.
Yeah,
that's our lives.
It is justifiable to somebody that is like that.
You think that's justifiable to believe that Rick Sanchez created us and that we're just the universe that is powering Rick Sanchez's flying machine?
Well, I mean, like kind of, but not really, because I mean,
come on, man.
Well, we can prove that's not real. We can prove
you
that.
Can't, right? You can't. There's no contradiction, right? There's actually no contradiction. But it's not probable. That's why you don't accept it. And that's why you think it would be ridiculous to accept it. Is because there's no reason to believe it.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, but if you think it's ridiculous to accept that because there's no reason to believe it, well then how could you think it's completely justified for you to accept this without reason?
Well, I mean, it's kind of difficult because like you and Dean both said that you came from, you grew up in like a religious family.
Yeah.
So and you're both of you are extremely intelligent. So I know you guys know enough about the Christian religion to where you can you kind of like come up with your own answer to these things?
We've tried. I mean, that's how we actually prep ourselves in arguments, is we think of like possible responses, or right? Me and Dean will go on a FaceTime call and we'll talk about what could be a particular response they might have to this particular objection. We do that all the time.
Yeah.
And so, but like, yeah, I mean, you guys like have totally It seems like you guys have like totally written off like the Christian religions, but like
I have.
Yeah, mostly.
But why? I mean,
Why?
like,
Because I think that I explicitly think that the Christian God cannot exist.
but, like you guys grew up. I mean, I don't know how long you were immersed into the Christian religion, but it just kind of seems like, I mean, I can understand that you yourself, when you think about it, you're debunking a lot of the stuff. I understand that, but like there isn't like anything, not even a thread of something that like you might be able to hold on
Hey man,
to.
I got a question. How likely do you think it is that the Christian God exists?
Last question, then I do gotta go.
Like 100%.
I'll go live. What's that, John?
100%.
Okay. Well, hey man, Parker has to hop off here. Parker, I'm gonna go ahead and head on live with the same topic. If you want to hit me with a raid, feel
Yes, I'll hit you
free.
with the raid right now, Dean. Go for it.
Oh, yeah.
Run, quick.
Going live.
Run,
ladies and
run.
gentlemen. Run
Dean,
in,
faster,
run.
run. Run. Okay. All right, John, it was good talking to you. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thanks, Lavin.
All right, peace out, peace out. All right, everyone, we are gonna get off for tonight. I do appreciate everyone coming up, y'all. Tomorrow I should be live, probably a bit longer tomorrow because I don't have like any plans and whatnot as of now. But I'm gonna send everyone over to Dean. Right, look up It's Dean with 2 A's, 2 N's. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. Everyone again, go to It's Dean with 2 A's, 2 N's. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash Up at the Bow. Love y'all so much. Peace out, everyone. Bye bye, y'all.